Good evening and welcome to Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us as it is the final Friday of the month, and that means it is round table time. Man, do we have a panel for you. Science Bob McGwier, Fedora John Hudson, Walter Bosley, Super Quest Roy Washington, the gorgeous and talented Nicole Sakach, and Thomas Fessier. They are all here. We're going to have some major opinions tonight. Before we bring in the panel, let's say hello to everyone in our audience. Snakes of the UFO takes home the gold medal. Race fan in silver. The gorgeous Steph Dickey takes home the bronze. Hi, lovely Jenny Metz. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. The lovely Cosmic Floor has returned. How are you? Todd Purdon, good to have you here. Mennonite Abe, good to have you back, man. Thanks you for joining us. Jurassic Joey, good to see you. Ufologist, thanks for coming on in. Good morning, Simon Wales. Good for you to be having. Good for us to have you here. Pardon me. Black Dragon is here, everyone. The Black Dragon. He'll be signing autographs on after the show. Line up to the left of the studio, if you don't mind, to the left of the studio. And thank you, Black Dragon, for kicking off the Super Chat tonight. We really do appreciate your love and support of this show. The Super Chat is a great way to support what we do on a nightly basis here on Spaced Out Radio. Are you on the square? Are you on the level? Are you ready to stand right here, right now, before your Davo? Good to see you, buddy. Thanks for coming on in. All right, moving on here. The Ronald Penton is here, everyone. The Ronald Penton. Tall, dark, and dirty. How are you? SJ, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. The Unknown, welcome to our channel. How are you? Thank you for coming on in. Nicola, nice to have you here, buddy. As we continue on, there's Space Cow. Space Cow will be signing autographs after the show as well. Line up to the right of the studio, if you don't mind. To the right of the studio. All right, there's Double Tim. Thanks for joining us, buddy. As we continue scrolling on down, down. The gorgeous Laura Elizabeth has returned. There she is. Give us a wave. Gabe Roca, good to see you. Wes and Uncle Dale in his power stash. Remember, if you see Uncle Dale in Austin, Texas, rub his power stash for 3 weeks of good luck. That offer ends on September 30th. All right, moving on down. We have, who else do we have here? I don't know. Let's check it on out, shall we? Open-minded Clarity, good to see you. Aliens with a Senpei, how are you? Welcome to our channel for the first time. Major Lee, good to see you. Always a pleasure to have you here. Good morning to you. Gray Troll, thanks for coming on in. The Evil Double Jim, how are you? And Mondak, nice to see you. Spooky, good to have you here. Chad Smith is here, everyone. The Chad Smith. As we continue on down, Gorgeous Marie, good to see you. And we are running out of time because we're going to launch this sucker very soon. And there's Noble Patrick. Good to have you here. Grandmaster, nice to see you. Richard Elmore. Manitoba Becky, she is our wheat queen. The gorgeous Helena has returned. Ibarata, good to see you. Nice to have you back. Jefferson Lee, welcome to our channel. Super Quest. Deanna's Vlogs, much love to you. Kurt Seltzer with a splash of line. Stevie Franchise. Coast to Coast Garage. Great show earlier with Chad Smith, by the way. Thank you for bringing me on. Science Melinda looking lovely in Australia. And sweet Donnie D is here. Hi, Science Bob. Bye, Zoe Buttercup. Has the cutest smile. Okay, moving on. Bill where have you been lately? It's good to have you back. Sovereign Farts, good to see you. Sinister Vax, nice to have you coming on in. Science Bob, thank you so much for the super chat. All right, YJ, MPM Cecil. We're going to get to the rest. I'll type it on in. We're going to get the show rocking and rolling right now. Oh, I lied. Like in 27 seconds. Holy cow. I'm just so much on a roll. And, yeah, I'll just get to the rest of the chat room. Let's bring the team in. Let's bring them in. Look at that. Look at that team. Handsome as ever. All right, remember, Super Chat is a great way to support what we do. If you're new here, you will see that we actually take commercial breaks every half an hour. Get your horns up. It's time to rock. Let's do it. From the mountains of central British Columbia to you listening around the world, this, my friends, is Spaced Out Radio. I am your host, Dave Scott, sitting in the captain's chair of SOR headquarters. We welcome you to tonight's show on our terrestrial affiliates around North America, digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do us a favor, hit that subscribe button. You can follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Tonight's show is brought to you by Chive Charities. Help make the world 10% happier by visiting Chive Charities today. You can find them on our website. Yes, it is that time of the month once again where we bring in some friends and talk about the month that was on the SOR Roundtable. It's a lot of UFO talk this past month, and we are going to get deep into it. And the news continued right through today with Sean Cahill of the Skyfort team making a big announcement earlier on, and we're going to get to that as well. But before we do, let us introduce our team tonight. From Disclosure Tonight, Thomas Fessler. We have Science Bob McGwier. We have John Hudson. You know Fedora John from our Unbiased UFO Report. One of the best researchers out there. Walter Bosley. He's got a good stubble going on tonight. There is our main man. We call him the bodyguard of Spaced Out Radio. Super Quest himself, Roy Washington. And the lovely and talented, and now author, not just a cook, Nicole Sakach. Back to the show. Now, I don't know if you all heard the news earlier on today, but Sean Cahill on medium.com went and put an incredible article in regards to Skyfort. And if you don't know what Skyfort is the culmination of Luis Elizondo, Jake Mann, Jesse Springer, and Sean Cahill, where they are trying to make Skyfort the number one property when it comes to UAP research. They've been talking to a lot of people behind the scenes in government, science, universities, and people with a lot of pull to try and get this thing off the ground. And we're going to talk about this a little bit tonight, because one of the things I learned is, for the past couple months, why they've been doing their media blackout. This is real important. And for our team here and for our listeners, I actually have a statement from Sean Cahill that he would like us to read, because, well, he kind of likes us around here. So we're going to read this statement, and then we're going to get you guys to react here, okay? And Sean stated to me, "In no way does silence of me or other members of Skyfort mean we are ignoring the great people of ufology. We have made many friends and trusted allies within the community at large. That being said, when it comes to the work we are creating with Skyfort, this project goes well and beyond what we see on blogs, podcasts, YouTube channels, and mainstream media. In order for Skyfort to begin and then complete its mission of phase 2, which is my article that's his article in medium.com. All right. What he goes on to say that, let me find it here. We have to be able to have the strength and support to break away from the mainstream vision of ufology in order to create more sophisticated and technologically advanced looks at where the data and research will be taking us. For Skyfort to expand the base of ufology in a positive and educating manner, we have to pull away from what we know as ufology, moving away from those who serve themselves first and foremost. As of right now, the more distance put between the two sides, the better the chance Skyfort has in getting those who need to be on board on board. In order to advance our goals for the program, being a player and a prominent member in today's ufology can defeat the purpose of Skyfort and the giant steps forward we've taken in introducing prominent people to this endeavor. Skyfort has been in contact with major universities, scientists, government organizations, defense contractors, and cultural organizations behind the scenes to create a new, improved, and unique model of how to properly pursue this phenomena and educate those about the realities of UAP. In other words, we are opening the eyes of very intrigued and influential people who are now understanding the phenomena is real and are convinced the academics and science surrounding this phenomena is warranting more study. In closing, to concentrate on our efforts in building a successful model aimed to create a proper methodology of study, the creators of Skyfort realize the time is right and the time is now to start accomplishing these goals. Do not let our silence mean we've turned our backs to the field of ufology and the efforts of the people who have made their studies a lifelong passion. This is a phenomena that will have an impact on every single person on this planet. Skyfort is in a position now where we have to focus our time and energy on creating the foundation and then setting up the building blocks in order to advance the growth of UAP studies. Science Bob, I want to start with you on this one. What do you think of that statement?
So the statement's interesting, but look, anybody that claims that they're silent on ufology hasn't listened to a single thing Lou Elizondo has said for the last 12 months. Every interview the guy gives, he's praising the people in ufology for forcing further and further openness and congressional action and so forth. He's 100% given credit to ufology. Now, if they are engaging with scientists and research institutions, we already know that there needs to be this patina of you're not a bunch of tinfoil hat wearing weird people with other things. But the thing that's missing is the thing that we keep looking for. If you want to see UFOs, go where the experiencers are. They don't mention experiencers. And we already know that's where you can find them with regularity.
I agree with you. Nicole Sakach, let's get you in here because I know you love this type of chatter. So let's get to it. What's your opinion on Skyfort going forward right now?
Well, honestly, let me preface. I'm fresh out of my kitchen and ignoring ufology for the past week. So this is the first I'm hearing of this, and you reading it is first that I'm processing it. But I mean, just off the top of my head, I was like, okay, we have another super conglomerate saying that they're going to advance the community and they need some more time. And I mean, I like that. I don't know. It's very planned. I know these guys say every word specifically on purpose. So to give a nod to the past is good. But it would be nice if they would define what they think mainstream ufology is right now. So the rest of us know exactly what they want to pick and choose from and advance.
All right.
And what they want to wipe the slate clean, the slate clean of. So I don't know. That's vague. I mean, I'd like to say it's bold and, hopeful, but it's vague. It's more vagueness right now. So, and it's kind of more of the same.
Well, I had a 40-minute conversation today with Sean Cahill, and I had talked to him in probably 3.5 months. And him and I talked about this, and let me try and clarify here, I think, what they are saying. And this is my words, not his. I think what they're saying is they have to try and get away from a lot of the charlatans and the people who are more interested in making money off of UFOs and their own careers rather than trying to advance the subject. Now, of course, in this, they're going to be making money. They have to make money. Nobody can do this for free. I think we can all agree on that. But on the flip side, when you get certain people out there who are stealing clips from other YouTube channels, or they're making money off of YouTube, or they're making money off of their conferences and whatever. This is where they are trying to pull away from everything and concentrate on what they're doing. They're not ignoring the UFO front. What they're trying to do is they're trying to jump up and say, look, guys, if we want to get the Apples or the Microsofts or the Elon Musks involved in this subject, we need to take this to an upper echelon to get away from the tinfoil hat wearing people.
Well, who makes that list? Who decides who's a charlatan and who's a UFO-tainer, and who decides that list?
The people know, honestly, the people who know that are the ones who are doing those, who are basically in those roles because they know what the information they have. They know whether it's speculation.
But the outside community, I mean, so are we going to offer up people now? I mean, I've heard over the last couple months, people being very bold and throwing names out into the community. And I think a lot of applause is behind that. But I'm also one that doesn't point fingers anymore because I have eaten plenty of crow sandwiches. So who gets to make that decision of who's a charlatan, whose work is worthy, what's deemed necessary to go forward?
When the facts come out, the charlatans will fall. And that's what it really comes down to, is being able to have that stuff that's coming out there. And yes, like David said a second ago, you have the ones that are going to the UFO conferences who have their $2,000, $3,000 upfront fee that they're charging just to show up. They have a list of all the must-haves that they have to have, whether it's Evian or different stuff to those.
Okay, I understand that we know that, but every charlatan still has 200,000+ followers on Twitter, YouTube, what have you.
So I know charlatans that have 750,000 followers on YouTube right now, and every video they put out is fake.
It's a number though, so they don't go away. I've only known one charlatan to go away in the last 20 years, and I don't honestly think he's gone for good. So
yeah,
let's bring in Walter Bosley here.
Let Jeremy Corbell find a way to make money off of whoever the charlatan is you're talking about. He'll be back, just like Bob Lazar. But I'm kind of mirroring what they've been saying. You know, what I heard with this is kind of what we've heard before. I mean, isn't what they were claiming they were going to do what TTSA was claiming it was going to do, which Lou was a part of that, and I understand there was a rift there, but you know, I'm going to reserve further comment just because, you know, I don't really see anything there or hear anything there to be excited that this is going to really change anything. It's just another new group that here we are. We're going to be so great. What we're going to do is going to change, you know, the game changer. Once again, you know, that's what we're hearing. So, you know, I say give it time. And I'll personally be surprised if this makes a difference. Yeah, the difference that they're claiming it's going to make.
The proof will be in the pudding, won't it?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Now, I'm telling you, I'm not encouraged that it's going to accomplish this. Whatever, you know, this group he's talking about. What is it? Space Fort?
Skyfort.
Skyfort. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm going to have to see them make the difference and change the game. Right now, I'm not confident that they will. I think it's just going to be another one of those that's going to come and go, and people are going to talk about it all excitedly for 6 months to a year, and then they're down the road, you know, will most likely be disappointed. If I'm wrong, that would be cool. That's the way I look at it.
John Hudson, you need to get in here on this one.
So for once, I think I might be the negative one on this. Well, I mean, actually, I should say that there's been a bit of that going around. So I'm rather disappointed. You know, because one, you know, as others have mentioned, you know, one of the big problems we had with TTSA was the fact that they distanced themselves from the community, and this is now them announcing, "Hey, we have this new plan. This is what we're going to do. We're going to distance ourselves from the community, and then we're going to go build a new reputation. It's going to be awesome. Watch." And it's like, we've seen this movie, right? And, you know, and so first of all, I find that a little insulting. Not just because it's, necessarily I'm part of the group they're trying to distance themselves from, but just from the fact that they think we would, fall for that sort of thing. But, the other challenge I have is that, so there's the UFO community at whole, right? And then there's the UFO social media community. Okay. And, I guess I'm getting a little tired of the negativity toward that social media apparatus, because if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't know any of you. Dave, I wouldn't even know Spaced Out Radio existed, right? I mean, I wouldn't have met any of the researchers I know. I wouldn't be doing any of the research I'm doing. Like everything, like my entire existence in this community is because of Twitter, right? Like everyone I've met has been through Twitter. And I think, unfortunately, there's a lot of people that aren't, it's going to insult some people, so I apologize, who aren't terribly savvy about how social media tools work. And so they get baited into some very negativity, some severe negativity on Twitter that I don't see at all. Like, it's so rare I see any negativity on Twitter, like at all. Like my Twitter is all rainbows and ponies, right?
So block and mute works well. Block and mute work well.
Well, and actually, Bob, I've been on Twitter since 2009. I have 3 people blocked. That's it. Just 3, right?
I have, but I have about 100 muted.
Well, but the thing is that 1, you don't have to mute people forever, and 2, it's about picking your battles, and it's about not letting your ego get pulled into it, right?
Yeah.
And so I guess I don't want to go on a big rant, but what I want to get to is that at some point I would like people to, instead of saying, "Hey, we're going to invent this new thing and replace everything else," for people to stand up and say, "Hey, look, looking at what we have, this is what we think is missing. This is what our skill sets are, and this is what we're going to add." Right? This is what we can do that we don't see anyone else doing.
John,
so we're going to add to the mix.
Let me throw a wrench in here for you, though. What if it's not them? What if it is the scientists, the government officials, and the people who want to throw money, because you need money to make things work? The people who want to throw money, saying to them, look, we don't want to be involved with this cult of ufology. It's anarchic at best. It's at times not very polite. Okay, we're not insulting the brilliant people in the field, but in order to take this seriously on a more business level, we got to do something. Money talks. Okay,
if at some level, really, honestly, my honest answer is, okay, then we'll just wait, because in 10, 20 years you'll be gone, and we won't have to worry about you anymore.
If what you're saying is true, also, time will tell. The proof is in the pudding, like you said.
Like Walter and Fedora John and others have said, if you want to start out on a high note, you list a set of positive things you're going to contribute. You're going to say, I'm going to do good. I'm going to do A, B, and C. Here's what we're going to try. These things might be risky. We're going to try these things. We're going to try to make a difference. And you don't say one blankety blank negative word,
which they did on the Medium article. They actually, if you had a chance to read the article,
I haven't had a chance. I will admit I've not.
Okay, they have literally laid all of that out, Bob. So they have laid it on out.
Then you need consistency.
Yes. Super Quest, let's get your opinion. I know you're not a UFO guy, but I know you take a big interest in looking at everything around the world of the paranormal, supernatural. What do you think's going on here?
Well, yeah, I'm not a big UFO guy. I mean, even though I've seen aliens, I just hope that what Jeremy said. I hope he's not all the way 100% on that, because I hope they're not a flash in the pan. I hope this is a organization or whatever they're doing. I hope this is going to last and really start to open up some avenues for us to really learn more about UFOs and aliens and everything like that. So I'm excited. If they're coming on with this energy, and if they're really going to try to be 100% and give us a more of a clear picture, I'm all for that. And I want to learn more about what's going on. So I'm excited for it. I've never heard of them, but I'm going to do research on it.
Right on. You know, they're talking about phases. Phase 1 happened in 2017. Phase 2, they are sort of in right now at the beginning, which is now they got to build the funding. So
yeah,
I personally think phase 3 is where we get to the experiencers. If everything goes as planned, it could, because Nicole, you had it right. Bob, you had it right. And I really believe this, that it really comes down to the experiencers. That, Bob, you and I had a major talk, and Nicole and I had a separate talk about this about 8-9 months ago, where we were kind of laughing about the way and the direction ufology is taken because they have been pushing experiencers to the side. We have shows out there that are continually saying every experiencer is a hoaxer and a liar. We have people out on Twitter saying you can't believe anything an experiencer says. You have a lot of people who are against the experiencers in the name of science right now. But I think these guys and many others in this field are actually starting to realize that it's the experiencers who have the true answers to what is going on. We got 90 seconds. Nicole, I want your opinion.
I think they will get to the experiencers because we're not going to shut up until they do. And I would like to remind the powers that be at large that we have done a pretty good job at advancing ourselves in this community. We don't leave science behind and leave it out. You know, let me remind people of, you know, like the formation of CUFOS by Dr. Hynek from Blue Book, you know, the original charter of MUFON. And let's think of where we've gone from strictly nuts and bolts to the multidimensional ultra-terrestrial theory. And just those of us who are diligent in this community are already pushing the boundaries and saying it's consciousness. So they need to lay out what they're advancing or what they think they need to advance to, because I'm pretty sure we're already there. So what, are they just going to reinforce what we've been screaming for the last 30 years? So
I think
we've got 90 seconds.
No, you missed it by about 30. So thanks for mentioning me talking. I appreciate that. That's why I have a panel of 7 people or 6 people on tonight, so I don't have to talk. But nonetheless, when we come back from the break, we're going to head north of the border because this is a Canadian show. We're going to talk some Canadian UFOs. And Daniel Otis from Vice wrote an incredible article that came out this past week about Chris Rutkowski and how other Canadians have been denied access to FOIA requests about UFOs, and all of those files seem to end up on the desk of a civilian named Chris Rutkowski. We'll be back right after this on Spaced Out Radio. That's a good first solid half hour, guys.
Okay, we need to. We didn't finish with Skyfork because we need to cover why now, and we already know the answer to why now.
Well,
why now? Why now? We need to cover why now. We know the answer, and I'm happy to give it.
Okay. All right. We'll start with that, and then we'll get into Rutkowski.
Dave, are there significant differences between FOIA up there and FOIA down here with how it works, or is it pretty much the same?
It works pretty much the same. It has a little bit of a different, a little bit of a different name. I use the word FOIA because everybody recognizes the FOIA.
But the process is pretty much the same, and you guys expect things about in the same speed that we do. And,
but theirs has more teeth.
Okay.
There's 1,000 exceptions to FOIA in the United States.
Yeah. It's called Susan Goff, number 1.
Yeah, well, she's one. Yeah, but I mean, every agency that has classified has exceptions.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Everyone.
kicking off basically
yeah.
covers everything on UFOs. And the other thing is two other things. One is Grant Cameron and Danny Sheehan are involved and heavily represent the experiencers and what they've been going through and everything. Mark Sims is also involved with them. Second, Elizondo has said we have to be patient. We've got things in play. We've been quiet. It doesn't mean that things haven't been going on. It means there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. There's going to be a lot of cool stuff happening, but we just have to be patient. It's not going to happen like that.
Right. Yeah.
But we can easily explain the timing. It's easy.
When I FOIA'd my dad's file and he got out in 58, December of 58, it's interesting. They sent me only part of it. They said, oh, the part you wanted, that's not in St. Louis. And I'm thinking, wow, 1958, where the heck is it? And it wasn't, they didn't indicate that it was in that bit that was missing from the fire because there wouldn't be the partial that they sent me. The whole thing would have been gone and nothing in what they said. So yeah, that's one of my experiences with US FOIA. And that was my own dad's file. And they, didn't want to send me everything. And that's like what?
What's it like writing a FOIA request about your dad?
It's just like everything else, but the fact that I was doing a FOIA on my dad's record, I have more rights than a regular person because it's my father. I just fill it out. I just identify myself. This was my father, and I added a little extra in there. It's like I'm also an Air Force officer, inactive reserve. A reserve inactive, and with a security clearance, wink wink nudge nudge, just to maybe on some off chance. The way it can work sometimes is I'd get a call from the local OSI branch 20 minutes from my house, and they'd say, hey Walter, we want you to come look at something that FOIA sent us. But no such luck. They just said, oh gee, that other part of his record, the part that would have the good stuff, we didn't send that to you.
Yeah. They didn't want you having the juice on your old man.
That's right. So, oh, well.
Thank you for your service.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go. Tinfoil Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, good boy, Walter. Here's the medical file.
These days, you pass the hat these days to the debunkers.
I like
those
that.
are the ones who need it because we have stuff that shows the stuff is real, but they want to say everything's a fake. It's time for them to start wearing the tinfoil hat.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean. If they're saying they got to distance themselves from this circus sideshow,
yeah,
then tell us what aspect is the sideshow.
Yeah, what's the criteria? Because it's not right to throw the baby out with the bathwater. God knows I'm critical of
the other thing I want to know, Bob.
Not all of it's BS.
Bob, you always post these little snidbit replies. And yeah, I mean, if you just feel like randomly texting me a name that's never been published or breathed in public air before.
Well, Grant did that. Grant did that, or I wouldn't have responded.
Did he say the name?
Yes, he said the name of a person who is now dead that I know is a member of the elite.
I know, but you said you've heard the group referred to.
Oh, I know what the group is called, and I'm not saying it out loud.
I know, that's why
I know they're not only that, I know the names. I know the names of a bunch of them in history.
I don't want to know their names. I just want to know the
I'm
name
not telling you the name. No, I'm not telling.
All right, we got 30 seconds here. I want to say a big thank you to Cosmic, Aussie Steve, Dirty Filth, Andrew ×2, Patrick, Space Cow, Aliens, The Unknown, Jefferson, Science Bob, and Black Dragon for the amazing super chats. It's a great way to support what we do on this show on a nightly basis, so thank you very much. Thank you to all the veterans who are tuning on in tonight. We absolutely love you. You always have a safe home here on Spaced Out Radio, and to all our regulars and new listeners, this is a live radio show, and that's why we take breaks. Here we go. Second half hour of Spaced Out Radio is underway. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears. Want to remind you that if you miss portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/spaced out radio. Do us the favor, hit that subscribe button. If not, we'll pay you for it. And of course, our website, spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. The roundtable continues tonight. Heated debate over the new Skyfort team, which includes Lou Elizondo, Sean Cahill, and other members going silent. But the big question that we need to talk about before we move on to the next subject is why now? Science Bob, I want you to answer this.
Okay, so everybody that's watched Lou Elizondo in the past 3 weeks know there was a day when he got all up excited, jumping up and down, got on and talked about stuff from San Marino, of all places. And then here we go, we've got Skyfort coming out. And what is it? The bill with the language that sets up the new department inside the Secretary of Defense's office, fully funded, that they can tap into, is why it's starting now. They want some of that funding.
That's excellent. That's an excellent point.
I know it's. The timing was within 24 hours.
Yeah.
It's
It's like
about money.
Lou Elizondo, what do you call it, resigning from his job and then walking over to the Washington Post and having the interview.
Yeah, and it's all about that bill. They know it's going to pass. The language is already before both houses. They're going to get their office and they're going to get their money that Jim Semivan and Lou and everybody else wants.
Well, I mean, does this also understand then why all of a sudden we have heard Tom DeLonge all of a sudden chirping
Yes.
about UFO?
Yes.
Thomas,
The answer is yes.
Thomas, you covered this on your show, Disclosure Tonight.
Yeah.
Tell me.
Tom DeLonge right now is they've been going and they have metamaterials that are being examined by the Army's laboratories right now. So they've got multiple things that are in there, and they're looking at taking that, using for profit, but they're also giving the ability for the Army to go ahead and use this stuff however they see fit. So, a lot of their stuff was, if you want to call it, shut down in the scientific area and the metamaterials when the human malware virus hit and took over the world. And now we're just at a point now where, they're getting more traction. If there's real funding to take this stuff, and if they have discovered things, it's about taking that new material that they found that's put together, on a molecular level, and they've never seen anything like this, and they have no idea how they'd even get close to making it.
Well, Tom DeLonge's feelings, because within 24 hours of the bill's language being published and found by the typical people that find it and put it on Twitter, Tom DeLonge was tweeting.
Yeah,
know it. It's 24 hours. Tom DeLonge's tweeting.
Yeah. How many millions does Tom DeLonge have tied up in TTSA? He's the only reason the organization is still running. If you look at their Form 10K that they put out that listed all their expenses, you see all these lines of credit and money coming in from DeLonge. And that's the only reason why the organization is going at this point. So, yeah, he was quiet during last November. You couldn't hear anything about UFOs or any of the kind of stuff going on that they're involved in. All it was is the election. At least now he's trying to, take it somewhere. But yeah, maybe it's about getting that back.
Well, we know he's going to get his book made into a movie. We already know that. He's already said it.
Well, yeah, one of his movies is done. He's done
and in the can.
He's just setting up distribution at this point.
Yeah, they're a media company.
Yeah.
Yeah,
tons probably what they should have started out as. I mean, that's what Tom's good at.
They've got books, they've got television shows, they've got movies, they've got a bunch of different stuff. Take it away.
Well, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of goes on here because, I mean, as you said, Tom DeLonge was almost silent for 10 months on this subject, 10 months. And now that he's yapping like a poodle again, I don't feel comfortable with it. John and I have talked about this on the Unbiased UFO Report a couple of times. And I know John has a big, Tom DeLonge poster above his bed and in his bathroom when he's taking a shower and everything like that. I get that about Tom. Okay, but I don't know, man. I just wish he would go back to Blink 182. I really do. All right.
I was never a big fan of Blink 182.
Yeah, sure.
It was okay.
the way you rip me off the air. Don't you dare insult my Tom DeLonge.
It's just fun, man. It's great. If I don't have much news to talk about, I just go, oh, wait, if I can find a Tom story, it'll distract him for the full 15 minutes.
Absolutely. But guys, let's move on here because we have other important topics to talk about on the round table tonight. There was a little bit of heat created finally in the Canadian UFO world where writer and journalist Daniel Otis from Vice magazine wrote an article that came out earlier this week regarding a gentleman named Chris Rutkowski. Now, if you're unfamiliar with Chris Rutkowski, he is Canada's top UFO researcher. And every year he publishes a report of the UFO files that have been recorded for that year. And the numbers have been going up and up. He's a very thorough man. He has a bachelor's degree in science and history. He works for the University of Manitoba in the communications department. And when I look at this, okay, this is a man who doesn't like doing a lot of interviews. He doesn't like talking UFOs. He doesn't mind talking his UFO studies, but he doesn't want to get involved in UFO land or UFO Twitter or anything along those lines. But here's the interesting part. In the article that Otis released, it stated that he has, for the last 25 years, been handed gift-wrapped UFO reports, some of them mildly classified, from the Canada's Department of National Defense. These are the same articles that people like Grant Cameron, Victor Vigiani, Ryan Stacey, and others have been denied requests about. And yet the Department of National Defense in Canada is just handing him over. Here you go, Mr. Rutkowski, who is a citizen. Now, I called my source in Ottawa, who did a little background checking into this. We do know that Chris Rutkowski does not have a security clearance. And number two, this person of my source was very concerned that other citizens in Canada, including him, who works for a national party, and others in that party who are very interested in this subject, could not get information and had their FOIA request declined. Walter, I want to start with you on this one because you're very big on FOIA requests and digging into information. When you hear something like this, what goes through your mind?
Well, what question popped up in my head was, who's your source to confirm that this guy has no clearance? Because maybe he does. You've got to have access to databases to confirm whether somebody has a clearance or not. And these databases, they're specific databases. And if you've got a clearance, that's the way it is in the States. Now, I imagine Canada has something very similar. If you got a clearance, you're in that database. Now, there's different databases depending upon what your level is, but you're in a database. So the person who confirmed this would have to be someone with legitimate access to that. And it's probably better you not name them because they can get in trouble giving you that info.
I cannot name this person, but let's just say that they work in government.
Okay. So, and maybe he doesn't. But after that, I would wonder. I would wonder what kind of perhaps contract Chris Rutkowski might have. Again, I don't know how contracting works in Canada. In the States, said that like Lou Elizondo could have left being a DOD employee on Friday and started Monday morning under contract for the same.
Let me clarify that.
Government agency.
Both the Defense Department and Chris Rutkowski both stated that this has always been a handshake agreement.
Okay.
In the article.
And he claims to be a journalist.
No, that's his partner.
Okay, got it.
That's interesting. I'm very curious about why for 25 years this guy has been, the guy Chris has been getting this, and no one else has. It is interesting. I don't blame you for wondering what the heck.
Yep.
He just asked first, I guess.
According to him, he made the offer. when they shut down their official program, according, I think, to the Vice article that I read, the Canadian government was closing down all of their programs, looking into it. And Rakowski was like, hey, if you get any info, send it my way if you want. And then it took some time, and then he finally got a call from them, and he's like, yeah, it's me. I look into that. So, and I didn't mean to butt in, Dave, but can I just point out something though, to make my UFO boss give me a gold star?
Absolutely. And let's clarify that you work with Grant Cameron.
Correct. That's who I'm referring to as the UFO boss. But Grant and I were discussing this heavily, and we're cooking up a storm here, seeing where we can light a fire. Because honestly, let me pose this question that we've been lingering. Like, what is the difference between leaking UFO documents to a Canadian researcher and Bill Moore or Greer or DeLong
or Bigelow?
Or all roads lead to Bigelow. So that's just, he's Rome. So whatever. But yeah, even Bigelow. So there you go.
Bigelow was the U.S. Chris Rakowski for a long time. He wasn't being paid to do it.
Well, except for, I don't know if it was at the same time, but he did have a clearance for some portion of the work he was doing.
Before all of that, he was the spigot through which they poured UFO data, FAA, etc.
Yeah, that stuff. Yeah.
So why are we assuming that this is? Okay, let me frame it this way. Those of us who know about Bill Moore also have always said that he is some form of double agent, or he's being played, or he's being fed disinformation. So what, are we not going to sink our claws into that? Are we not? Or is it different this time? Like, I don't know. Bill Moore 3.0, 2.4.0. What are we on at this point?
I think
Bill Moore got up in front of a MUFON conference and did a mea culpa and said he was employed.
Right. So we'll see.
Thomas, let's get your opinion on this.
Well, I hear where she's coming from. I hear where you're coming from, and I agree with where both you and Grant are. Absolutely. I'm an experiencer myself in so many things. And when I had a conversation with Grant for a couple hours on my channel just last Saturday, it was just like checkbox after checkbox after checkbox. There is a pattern. There is a reason why we have these experiencers. It's not just something that happened to us. There's a reason, there's a role, there's something that we're all kind of going through. And if we want to take it to the next level, I completely agree everything. It's all about the experiencers and bringing us together.
It could be, but when you're denying citizens of information and yet handing that information to one sole citizen, that's a big issue, John Hudson.
Is that citizen perhaps pushing the narrative that they prefer?
Absolutely. Absolutely. He leans on the skeptical nuts and bolts side of things. And of course, that's the narrative he would push. So,
yeah, that to me, coming from my perspective, that's one of the things too. It's like, okay, what narrative does this guy push? And that could be the narrative they prefer. And it could be that simple.
Well, all he is doing is collecting data. He's not writing stories on this like you would, or Bob would, or Nicole would, or even John or myself.
Yeah, but that might be why he was selected, because they knew he would be a black hole, right? It could be his whole demeanor toward the subject that made him desirable to partner with.
And his narrative is still going to be informed and influenced by what he's seeing, whether he talks the details or not.
Very true. Super Quest, Roy Washington, you're ex-military. You know when it's right to talk up. You know when it's right to keep your mouth shut. I think like all of us do. For you, when you hear about one person being chosen over many people being chosen, how do you feel about that? Do you think that the government of Canada is doing anything wrong regarding these FOIA requests and denying them, and yet handing the files over to our good friend Chris Rakowski?
I really don't know. I just my initial response to it was, I guess this guy's going to be the David Pilates of the UFO information. Because Dave does such a great job. Maybe there's something about him, and maybe there's something about what he's going to do with this information that's going to make him stand out and take us to another level. I don't know. That's just my uneducational guess on that.
This is the paragraph I didn't like in the Vice article. I'm guessing it's from a Canadian spokesperson. And it says the decision to provide Mr. Rakowski with reports was an informal process and was done as a courtesy to encourage Mr. Rakowski in his research for his fictional novels.
The thing is,
that's out of order.
Yes, he has written 10 books.
Yeah.
Okay. But what do you need real cases for fictional novels?
Yeah.
You don't.
That changes.
You don't. Not
unless you're pushing a narrative.
Unless you're pushing a narrative.
Yeah.
Absolutely. All right. I mean, look, for years, Tom Clancy was harassed by the FBI and the CIA, wondering where he was getting his information from. Because in the Jack Ryan series, if you read in depth into the Jack Ryan series, it is eerily scary that Tom Clancy almost seemed prophetic in events that were going to happen, including Osama bin Laden getting double tapped in a bedroom. And if you read one of his books, it comes pretty damn close to that. And, I don't think that's happening with Rakowski on this end. I think it's more he was using the reports. He makes one report every year where he puts out the statistics of what he has found, where it's happening, which Canadian province, and that's what he's using the statistics for. But, I mean, in reality, does he need them? It still doesn't make sense as to why they're opening up the doors to just one person. And I know my person in Ottawa is very much wondering what is going on here. Why aren't Canadian citizens getting access to this when one citizen without the security clearance is getting it all, except for the major top secret portions of, of the reports, pardon me.
For him to work on his novel sounds like the story they agreed to as a cover.
Thank you.
Dave, this means we've all been doing this wrong, right? I mean, look, Spielberg got information because he was making a movie. Disney got information. They were making a movie. Tom DeLonge, media guy, got information. We've all been doing this wrong. We should all be telling everyone that we're writing books and making movies. Maybe they finally give us something. We've just been taking the wrong approach.
Or are the movies being made specifically for the reason of a form of soft disclosure, where they're giving out this information because
Bill Moore and others said that.
I'm okay with that. It'd still be nice to get the information.
I agree.
Right. And that's the big thing.
What I think they do anyway.
That's the big thing in regards to it. Now, look, it may not piss you guys off because everybody, is American on this panel except for me. Well, John's a halfer. So, it doesn't really count. You live in California. So does Walter. So, does it really count? No, I don't think so. But the good part about it is, as we got about 4 minutes here, and then we're going to close the topic. The good news is this is now out in the open. And I know my person in Ottawa was going to be, he told me point blank, this is what's going to happen. Before this subject comes up and into discussion, which if he has anything to do with it, will come into discussion. Because Canada just got out of an election, they have to wait for Prime Minister Justin Trudeau to set his new cabinet. And for the first time in his power, it looks like he's going to have a new minister of defense because the old one, Harjit Sajjan, got in a lot of trouble right before the election. And so it looks like there's going to be a shift there. So they have to sit there and see, okay, does he put Harjit Sajjan back in the Department of National Defense as the minister, or do they have someone else? Then they have to wait for that person to get a little comfortable, which takes a week or two, and then they go at him. So this actual article by Daniel Otis could actually stir up the entire pot. And the person, my source, has told me they were waiting for something to go at the government with regarding UFOs. And now they have it, all because of one citizen, and that's Chris Rutkowski. So this could all of a sudden be the door opening to this subject being blown open. Now, we've heard it before. It may happen. It may not. But we don't know. Thomas, you got a final word on this?
I think this needs to come out of the hands of the military. We're looking at putting the defense offices and everything, and that was the one thing that I thought Elizondo was kind of doing, at least in the United States, trying to pry it out of the hands of the people in the war machine who only want to use this for war, for weaponization, for nefarious reasons. And that's why I always see humanity really as more the threat of anything with regards to UAP, because if we get our hands on it, history proves itself what we're going to do with it.
Very true.
You don't think UAP technology could be useful for true and good defense?
Sure it could.
Yeah, I don't think it's all. I mean, obviously, I'm an Air Force officer. I don't think all military applications of this stuff are for misanthropic evil deeds.
Correct.
Yep.
Well, it's going to be highly interesting to see what happens as we got 90 seconds to go. Bob, I want you to have the final word on this one. If you were in that position trying to get FOIA requests and getting denied, and someone else is getting those same ones you asked for, what would that do for your personal investigation of this subject?
If I were a bunch of Canadians and I wanted to get together, I would sue Rutkowski and the government to gain access to everything he'd been given. Because he does not have some special right.
It's a good way to put it. Nicole?
That's very American of you, Bob.
Yep.
Sue him. Sue them all.
Unless you find out that he does through the suit.
Yep. And discovery is a bitch in the United States.
Yes,
Right.
yes, indeed.
I don't know. I'm excited because haven't we been saying, Dave, and the last year, 2 years, 3 years, it's like, where's Canada on this? Where's Canada on this? And you always get, nobody knows what Canada has because Canada just shuts the F up. Well,
And
now
Grant's story.
We're giving it all to Chris.
Grant's story for 10 years is Canadians just keep their mouth shut. Well,
Exactly.
well,
It's true. Now it's time for this Canadian to tell the panel to keep their mouths shut because we got to go to break here at the top of the hour. We have a great panel tonight on the SOR Roundtable. Science Bob McGwier, fedora wearing John Hudson from the Unbiased UFO Report. We got our main bodyguard of Spaced Out Radio, Super Quest Roy Washington, Walter Bosley, investigator, author, researcher, Nicole Sakach, author, researcher, and Thomas Fessier, who's in and out right now from the Disclosure Tonight channel on YouTube. When we come back, we're going to talk a little MUFON. Their numbers for researchers are going up. Is this a good thing? We'll continue on Spaced Out Radio right after this. I really thought you guys would be more fired up about that topic.
oh, I'm pretty fired up, but
What is the latest with Jan Harzan's situation?
Apparently, and I keep in touch with Tom Whitmore about this. Apparently, they're just waiting for a court date to be set. I don't think it's gone to court yet due to the whole COVID thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, everything's backed up.
I spoke at MUFON in Orange County, and he was there. That's the only time I ever met him, and that was I think less than a year before this broke, before what happened, and I'm like,
But anyway, I mean, look, I'm happy for MUFON, but
yeah,
what's MUFON? But what's MUFON going to do? What's MUFON going to do to advance the field?
more of the same.
More of and the same of what? I love Tom. He's a great guy. He's really been helpful to me. He's really helped me figure out what to read and so forth as one of my advisors on what to do, trying to catch up since I'm so late into this. But I've got to tell you what, I just can't figure out what good MUFON is.
Well, are some of the better investigators that were more vocal when everything started to openly turn to crap there? Have they taken the wheel of the organization? Is maybe the organization going to improve now?
Go look at who runs SCU. It's major major researchers, scientists, engineers, etc., that were directors of research or chief field investigators for MUFON are now in SCU.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh, Cheryl Costa's book. It's that time of
I
the
know.
day again. When
I'm just going to make a quick point. You get rid of MUFON, take away a third of this book. Their reporting system alone deems them necessary till the end of time.
Yeah. I agree with that. I don't disagree with that. That's something good, except they don't give access to it to different researchers.
Even in their own organization, right?
Even in their own organization.
Hey, you got to join it to change the beast. Join it. Join. Because I say this because I have visited so many different chapters within a tri-state area that not one is the same.
Oh, that's true. They're all run locally.
All right.
So
I'm going to show you.
MUFON is what you make it. So if you're disappointed in it, join your group and make it what you want.
I'm going to show you guys something here created by our good man, John Hudson, before the show. And he's posted this on Twitter. I think this is absolutely brilliant. Thank you, John. So there we have the entire Hollywood squares of UFOs.
And I'd like to point out that this sort of thing used to take me a boatload of work, and it still does sometimes. But in the case of this one, this was all drag and drop. Thank you to the wonderful algorithms of machine learning.
Oh yeah, they're great.
That's awesome.
You could take this modern generative adversarial network machine learning algorithms and do all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, this is absolutely brilliant. Thank you, John. Appreciate that.
I love it.
It's astounding.
I love the octopus beard that they gave.
And I couldn't figure out whether it was rabbit ears or what kind of weird ears I have with my beard. Oh, that's great.
Aren't you the lead singer of the Flock of Seagulls in there, Bob?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Just remember, their song Ran Away, that's all about running away from aliens.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, and Roy ended up a Greek god, so, it's all fair in love and war.
Oh, yeah, I like Flock of Seagulls.
Wish I had that hair.
That song really? Nuh-uh. Nobody has ever put that on my phenomenon playlist.
There, go look at it.
Well, they
No,
did
I
Space
mean,
Age
it's
Love Song,
already
too,
on my
album.
list, but what's the story behind it? I've never heard. I mean,
You got to know it's a download.
well, and that's it. I mean, it's not like an encounter because
Could be.
I don't know.
Well, I mean, you can have downloads during encounters. Ask Grant. Ask you.
I know. Well, that's one I've never asked Grant about, and it's like every damn band that pops up. We got to talk about Hagar.
Hold on, we will talk about Hagar. Thank you to Lori, Cosmic ×2, Unknown ×2, Ozzy Steve, Dirty Filth, Andrew ×2, Patrick, Space Cow, Aliens, Jefferson, Bob, and Black Dragon for the amazing super chats. It's a great way to support what we do on this show each and every night. Thank you to all the veterans who are tuning on in. Hi, Paula W. Good to see you on Twitch. And a big thank you to all the regulars hanging on out for the roundtable tonight. This is a power panel du jour. We don't get this often, but here we go. Well, we got like 20 seconds. I forgot. We don't.
And I ran so far
away. And
Our house in the middle of the street. Our house.
Oh, yeah. Go, Roy, go.
What are those strange lyrics, though? Aurora Borealis comes in view.
I can't go for that.
You can't sing that lyric.
I can't go for
Joe, we got 10 seconds, everyone. Robert F. Lamoth Jr., welcome back to the chat room. Good to see you. Get your horns up, everyone. We're going to get rocking and rolling. USA Proud, welcome back to the show. Thank you. Here we go.
You're listening to Spaced Out Radio with Dave Scott. Follow Dave on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Facebook, Spaced Out Radio Show.
Here we go with hour number 2 of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Thanks to everyone tuning us in on our terrestrial affiliates around North America and digitally on TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, at KPNL. All of our archives are free by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do old Davey the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club. Camstery. Camstery is your password. Use it wisely, Space Travelers, as the Clam sets the password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. The one good thing about this great panel that we have is there is a plethora of opinion that is just second to none. Tonight we are joined by researcher and author Walter Bosley. From Disclosure Tonight on YouTube, Thomas Fessler. Super Quest, Roy Washington. We call him the bodyguard of SOR. From the Unbiased UFO Report, we have John Hudson, Science Bob McGwier, and researcher and now author Nicole Sakach. And we're going to get right into MUFON here, because for a long time, MUFON was taking a lot of hits over the last 10 years or so, especially when it came out that they were selling information to Robert Bigelow and his BASS team. And then it became the front that they were trying to team up with TTSA, and that didn't go over very well with them. Then the Jan Harzan incident. I'm not even going to get into John Ventry and his racist comments that were pushing a bad light on MUFON in general. Jan Harzan, the former leader, arrested last year for potentially trying to lure young children off of the internet, and that case is still in front of the courts in California. But MUFON has been quite silent. But the one thing that we have learned this past month is, because of COVID and people staying at home, and people, due to the media coverage in mainstream, gaining a new interest in UFOs, MUFON's membership and has increased, as well as their people who are investigating UFO reports. Now, Thomas, I want to start with you on this one, if you don't mind. You know, is this a good thing for MUFON to try and bounce back to gain some sort of prominence, that they are picking up new members?
Well, if anything, it's just by reputation alone. It's not for what they've done, because, you know, there's been many of investigations. People call in for credible, sightings and different things, and they just get kind of, pushed off to a side. And, that on top of them going, and, I guess it's, you look at it, I guess, technically they do own the data that they have, but entering into, deals to go ahead and sell the stuff, shouldn't that stuff be free as part of what MUFON is?
Should be, but
yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. Walter, you've worked with MUFON, I believe, before.
I've spoken at one of their events, like I was telling you guys during the break a couple years ago, And I actually went to a meeting with the San Diego group right after I got out of the Air Force. They were kind of reluctant to interact with me because I had just gotten out of the Air Force, OSI. I guess I should have to understand that. But my thing with MUFON is, as long as there's a serious leadership change, this is an opportunity for them to maybe go out and actually now forward earn that reputation that they have, that you had referred to, Thomas. And as long as they stop pushing people like Corey Good and the like at their conferences and stuff, they've got to separate from that nonsense and just dig into the research and investigation. And you're right, making the data available in some way. I think that would go really far in public appreciation, the ufology public appreciation for MUFON, if they were to just open the database and let people.
Yeah, just really quick. They just put the data, all their videos, all the stuff together behind a paywall. It used to be open, and now you can't get to it.
Not a good choice. I agree with you. That's not smart.
John Hudson.
I really struggle with this because, as I said before many times, I got reintroduced to this whole world 6 years ago. And at that point, I mean, let's face it, when you look at each one of these incidents that MUFON has had, each one of them would have been potentially destructive. But if everything had been clean before then, people have been like, oh, okay, give them another chance. They've had a series of mistakes that have been bad, right? And so on top of that, you have, all the rumors, all the reputation stuff. The only thing, in my opinion, that's holding MUFON up is the regional places. You meet people in these regional places that are doing fantastic work. They really care, and they work their butts off, and they do a great job, and they're awesome people. And to me, I guess I'm happy that MUFON is getting an increase in membership because I think it gives them one more chance. It gives them one more opportunity to do something good with that, and I hope they do. What I would love to see is what I believe Walter mentioned a minute ago, and I would love to see them essentially, do a poll among the lowest ranking people within MUFON, and get them to, from those ranks, like, no one above, local director, from that pick the entire new steering, organization for MUFON. Yeah. And just turn it over to the field, and let the field scale what they've done well.
Mm-hmm.
Bob and I once talked and had a conversation about this off the record about a year and a half ago, and and even after Jan Harzan was arrested. And we basically said that MUFON needs a home run hitter to be running that organization. I think what they should have done, and this may sound fleeting now or ignorant or laughable, I think what they should have done was offer the job to Lou Elizondo. I think that would have been a major move to bring some credibility back to the field. I mean, you look at their press coverage. Since 2017, MUFON has not released a single press release or even tried to get into any mainstream media to have anybody from their board of directors speak regarding the UAP phenomena that we've seen. You're supposed to be the biggest group in the world covering this, with the biggest database in the world covering this, and we're not seeing you on the media. We're not seeing you trying to get in front of the cameras to get some press time. You've been waiting for this moment for 50 years. How do you drop the ball? It's incredible. Science Bob, take it from there.
Well, I mean, it makes no sense to me. And you and I and others have asked people we know on their board, and it is a top-down organization run by the board of directors, who selects a person that they can easily control to be the CEO or general manager, whatever you call the executive director. And it's just it's just too incestuous the way it's currently run. And look, there are other organizations. Send your data to Newfork. Peter Davenport is going to make all that data available. And every time he does it, hundreds of data scientists, etc., statisticians from around the world go off and do machine learning and really, really neat stuff on it.
Yep.
Roy, you've been nodding your head quite a bit.
I just was hearing some great points, and that's the point that stuck out to me, because I think that everyone can have a moment where they can change things around and change the momentum. So having somebody become a fresh face of their movement now, to kind of erase some of the mistakes of the past, I think is a good start. Get somebody a fresh face and to represent, and I think that would be great.
Nicole, you want to say something? Yeah, you do. You put your mic on mute.
You're muted.
I said, where to begin? First of all, I don't know. I was pretty hard on MUFON for a lot of years for all of their faults that we've gone through very briefly here tonight. And I've never been a member. I've never joined. But I would like to point out some of the beneficial things other than me, saying their reporting system, which, okay, yes, their reporting system is what it is. But you said report to New Fork. That's great. They don't have any kind of experience or help. Does New Fork do field investigations even? I mean, I said it during the break, I think. Everybody has these faults with MUFON, and you just said the statistic is their membership went up. Well, membership going up is one thing. That's great. But that gives you access to certain data that they have, I guess. But what MUFON really needs is field investigators. I mean, you guys are talking about wiping out people and replacing them. I don't think you really understand, okay, in any given state, there's two directors, maybe 4 if it's an active state. So what? You're going to replace them with who? I mean, they have a hard time getting field investigators. So you have there's 2 people in Illinois that do field investigations for MUFON, the entire state of Illinois. I mean, for all their faults, it's what I said during the break. If you have problems with those things, join a group, devote your time, become a field investigator, and change it.
Well, I think when we're referring to leadership, we meant on that corporate level. I mean, I totally agree with you. In the field, it's a different story, and that's where the respected directors and field investigators are. I think we're referring, when we say leadership,
to the board.
We mean that corporate level. Does Jan Tarzan have a history of being a UFO investigator? I don't know. I'm not aware.
They all do. They all have to be field investigators to sit on the board.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, isn't this kind of like almost rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic? But we're equivalent to, hey, look, there's more people buying tickets because we're charging them to get to a different part of the ship now, kind of. Have they really grown in more for what they do? Is their membership just growing because they put up a paywall? So it's a matter of, how do you judge success?
Well, that's what I mean. Membership might have grown. Anybody can join online and get access to their stuff, but has their field investigator numbers grown?
Do they make it difficult to become a field investigator?
Yes.
No, you pay a fee, you train.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Why?
you go.
They should be paying people to be investigators.
Haven't
they heard of PDFs or
how do you do everything for free?
Well, they don't do everything for free. They charge for all the field training materials.
Right.
Okay.
So how do you print stuff for free?
You don't have to print it. There's digital files you can kick it in. I mean, if they're still having to worry about
help them change it
books.
over to digitally then.
Okay.
Who maintains the digital files? Who gets paid to change it over to digital files? You guys are asking a lot of a non-profit organization.
Throw it in a scanner and it comes out as a PDF and you ship off the PDF.
Files, paperwork.
All right.
On the issue of investigators, okay, Like, I know there's lots of guys like me. I've been a federal investigator. I'm a licensed private investigator. I don't need to pay them for them to just bring me up to speed on how to investigate UFOs. I mean,
Right.
and there's a lot of people that are already experienced as investigators. I don't need to go through their training to know how to do that. All they'd have to do is say, here's the forms we use. Here's the kind of things we ask. Thank you. I'll look them over. I got it.
So have you looked into that though?
A while
It
back.
might be that simple.
And that's where I get my what do you mean looked into what? MUFON
Joining them. Have you looked into your
Yeah,
credentials
actually,
right now are what they want?
When I first got out of the Air Force, just came off active duty from being an OSI agent, freshly experienced federal agent, and they were more worried about being paranoid that I was a man in black instead of taking advantage of my experience. And that was one of my, that's one of the many turnoffs that I've had in the ufology community is these people.
You're Rich Doty Jr.
Paranoia, this conspiracy theory all the time, paranoia. And it's ridiculous. It's really driven a lot of people nuts and has gotten in the way of progress. But you can't tell them that because they know that you're Illuminati. And it just, it's like you're either all in 1,000% that everything's a conspiracy, or sorry, you're part of the conspiracy. And so I have tried in the past, and I just anyway.
I don't know. That's just not the experience I've had with MUFON chapters around here. Like,
admittedly, they asked me to speak 2 years ago, so the different chapters might have a different.
Right. They're just so starved to have anybody. It's like anybody with interest, and
maybe I should try
anybody
again.
who's credentialed. Yeah, I'm talking like Missouri, Kentucky, Illinois, Wisconsin, Michigan. I'm in this little vortex of nowhere. So I have to go 4 and 5 hours for ufology groups. So
I might try again. It might, talking with you now and hearing this, maybe I should try again, because now people kind of know who I am more. I've written the books. They've had me speak there. So maybe another chapter would be open. And so I'll look into it.
I don't know. Like I said, I've just kind of been lucky, I guess. I know plenty of people have had pitfalls and have run up against these walls. And all I can truly say is it's so different chapter to chapter to chapter.
Yeah. And they're monetizing it like it's a club. They want to. They're monetizing the wrong piece rather than looking at the merchandising or different areas to people who need to be in there during the work. That's where they're looking to go ahead and bring all the money in. And it's like you've got to change the model completely from what they got and just modernize the organization, because it sounds like it needs it.
I honestly though,
does the state directors, what support do they get from the board? What value? What value do the individual states get from what's above them? Does anyone know?
That's the number one complaint of every state level person I have talked to in Virginia, Maryland, New Jersey, and now Alabama, is they don't get any support from back home.
Well, then if you can cut the head off of something and the body doesn't notice, guess what? Right? Let the body go do its thing, right? So before inventing something new, I would say just cut the head off and let the individual states do their own thing for a couple of years and then reevaluate, right? If there's benefit to bringing everyone back together again, then cool. Otherwise, let them do what they do best.
But we are talking about Canada, and you do have the Experiencer Support Association, or better known as TESSA, that's run by Ryan Stacy, and he used to be in MUFON in the United States, and he knows what a screwed up organization it is. That's why he formed TESSA, at least here in Canada, and they're trying to do something as well. So it's just a matter of grassroots movements, and if, like you said, if you can cut off the head and the body can work, maybe it's not necessary.
Very true. Very true. But the idea that MUFON is starting to gain a little bit of steam again, I think that is a good thing, bringing in
I think it's a good sign.
New people. Mm-hmm. They have a lot of issues. One of the issues I have talked to Tom Whitmore about is I believe their media PR department is absolutely atrocious and not doing anything to help them out, not doing a thing. And they need to find a proper media person or have a media person fall in their lap, much like what's her name with the debrief?
Christine Newton.
Christine Newton.
Yeah.
Okay. Fall in their lap.
You mean you're? I think you're Christine Newton's there, but I think you're really talking about Christina Gomez.
No, not
No,
Christine.
Oh, Christy Newman. She's a serious,
Newton, yeah.
and Newton. She's got a big interview with a former Area 51 employee, and they wrote a whole article about it in the debrief. Yeah, she's a hot shot. She's a hot shot.
Yeah,
She
Judy
did some
Barnes,
broadcasting still, but she's a great person. Yeah.
Yeah, Jeremy, alien scientist, has talked with T.D. Barnes a lot too. It's that will be an interesting article.
Yeah, go to the brief and read it.
Absolutely, and they need press. They need something to help clean themselves up, and it just seems like they're satisfied with the board in doing nothing. And hey, once again, many of us on this board and panel are very good friends with Tom Whitmore, who is on that
he's
board.
a great guy.
And in talking to him, I think we can all agree that there is a level of frustration with Tom as to whether or not this board really knows what they need to do in order to not only clean themselves up, but help build or rebuild the reputation that MUFON needs to rebuild within the community. And we only got 2.5 minutes left.
If you think they're doing anything great in media, go look at their YouTube channel, and it's, oh yeah, I need to watch that so I can go to sleep in 15 seconds. It's awful.
Well, I didn't even know they had one.
Yeah, and it's awful.
But they should be having a YouTube channel. Their YouTube channel should be large. With their membership, they should have close to 500,000 to 1 million subscribers on their channel on YouTube. They should have podcasts, live shows. They could be doing live shows every day on that channel, 2 to 3, just going over reports from each state and each country. I mean,
they did. They had MUFON TV and wanted you to pay $100 a year for it.
Well, who's paying $100 when you can watch fake videos on?
Yeah. But I'm just going to tell you, that's how they tried to do it. They had a fancy studio and a fancy desk and fancy people sitting behind the desk, and you had to pay $100, and it was a flop.
It's the funniest thing ever that you had them, and then you had SETI, and two organizations that before all this happened were the primary people to take advantage of everything that's happening, and both of them are just like.
Jonathan Davies in the chat room brings up a good point, because Paul Hynek was supposed to be setting up a 10-person group, and there was a press release released on it, a 10-person group on how to improve MUFON, and that they were going to be working behind the scenes.
They dissolved it. They dissolved it.
Did they?
Totally dissolved. Totally. I already talked to 3 people that were on it. They totally dissolved it.
Why is that?
Remember, Jan Harzan set it up, and when he left, kind of the things that he was about to do, they just ended it.
Oh, that makes sense.
You had look who was you had, like Chris Mellon and Calvin Parker and Kevin Day and Paul Hynek, and it was a weird group to begin with, and they never did anything and dissolved.
Very true. Very true. Guys, we're going to go to a break here at the bottom of the hour. And when we come back from the break, Mystery Wire, owned by George Knapp, came out with a great article that I think we all love about Sammy Hagar, the Red Rocker, talking about his alien experiences since he was 6 years old.
Cool.
If there is one interview I want on this show, even if it's 10 minutes long, I want Sammy Hagar. That's my dream. I will retire, maybe not, after that. Space Out Radio's Roundtable, Science Bob, John Hudson, Nicole Sakach, Roy Washington, Walter Bosley, and Thomas Fessler continues right after this. This is a real strong show, guys.
Time is flying.
Does anyone know the guy that interviewed Sammy Hagar? Does he work? He's not with Mystery Wire, was he? He was like, was he with Mystery Wire?
Yeah, he was. At least he was reporting for Mystery Wire.
Okay, all right. Well, then that means Knapp got it done then.
Oh yeah.
Well, how it
My-
happened is Sammy Hagar and his buddies are doing a residency at one of the casinos in Vegas, and they held a big press conference. I'll leave it.
Yeah.
Let's leave that for the show here.
Yeah,
So we have something to talk about, but that's kind of how it all happened and how it all came together. So
Okay, that makes sense.
yeah,
How much time we got, Dave?
we got about 4.5 minutes.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Yeah.
John, I just sent that to you on Messenger if you want to look at it. Yeah, we're Facebook friends.
Oh, isn't that cute? Isn't that cute?
I had to double check with his picture to make sure it was the same John Hudson, though. Shh, don't tell him.
Come on, Thomas, go back to that 3D.
That one. Yeah, I was just clicking through the different stuff. Yeah, that one. Here we go.
Cool.
Oh, that's cool.
I'm a fan of that one.
Yeah, it's just a desktop capture where I have the Windows set where it's just taking it and echoing it back. Yeah. It was a mistake, but I kept it because it looked cool.
Walter, you're in this chat a lot, aren't you? Because I recognize your last name, I think.
I jump in. You mean for this show?
Yeah. Radio.
When I can catch it, because I have weird. I went through cancer treatment last year, so I'm still recovering from the chemo. I'm all good. I'm all clear, but I have a weird sleep schedule, and I don't talk about it publicly, but I'm almost 60, and I had the condition last year, so I got the vaccine, and boy, that's even made the last couple of weeks. I'm sleeping a lot. Just because the little bit of the side effects. So yeah, I try to. Sorry about that aside, but as I catch stuff, I try to jump in and comment and see what's going on.
Nice. Well, it's good to see a face with the name.
Oh, thanks.
It took me 6 years to get Walter Bosley on this show. Now I can't keep him away.
There you go.
It's good. It's good.
Walter, I'm a cancer survivor as well.
Oh, you are? Okay,
yes, I
good.
am.
I'm going to give you
Welcome
guys.
to the club.
Yeah. Thank
Love
you.
Love
when my primary first told me it came back, it's cancer. I guess the look on my face startled her. She's like, "It's not a death sentence." And then I found out, honestly, that the what I had is apparently, they told me, the most survived one, and that immediately made me feel better. And I started learning about family, friends, and all these people that had survived it. I'm like, I didn't know this. So I never worried about it after that. I just went through the treatment.
For the longest time, melanoma was a death sentence. And
right.
my mother and my brother, they've had multiple lesions taken off, and they're fine.
And they're good. Yeah.
They're fine.
What was your particular?
Mine was cervical cancer. So it was kind of the opposite. It was, thank God we've caught this early. And honestly, it was, I have an that was the difference. I had a friend at the time who was diagnosed, I think, 8 months after I was, and she didn't survive. So, it's just, it's one of those things. But, honestly, what I experienced, led me on this path of, meditation and this, inner journey of learning how to handle, life and death. I was 25 years old when I got diagnosed. And, the fear was I wouldn't be able to have children. And I had
really young
options. And I have a son today. And, it's a wonderful modern medicine is so wonderful.
Yeah. I told people on my live stream and on my social media, I said, look, I've got this. I'm going to listen to my oncologist. Thank you for the concern, but I am not going to be fielding all this advice about don't do this, don't do that, don't do chemo. It's like, I'm going to listen to my oncologist because they're the ones that saved my life, and
I had a team, and honestly, it was so strange. And ladies, listen up. My women's specialist actually came into the room on a side note and was like, getting your yearly PAPs saved your life.
All right. on that note, we got to cut it right there because we are going to go back to the show
awesome.
here, and let's do this thing right now.
Here, let me show you my scar.
Too many.
We passed the halfway point of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking a chance at listening to us weirdos here on the show. Want to remind you that if you missed portions of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me a favor, hit that subscribe button. And our website is spacedoutradio.com. We have a plethora of features for you. We got brand new swag for you to check out. We have the SOR Newswire put together by Shirky Poo. And, of course, you can rock out to Bumblefoot as well. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. We continue on tonight with the SOR Roundtable. Joining us tonight are from the Disclosure Tonight YouTube channel, Thomas Fessier. Nicole Sakach is here, researcher and author, and one of the top podcasters out of the beautiful city of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, Roy Washington. We call him the bodyguard of SOR. We have Science Bob McGwier from the Unbiased UFO Report, John Hudson, and Man in Black himself, Walter Bosley, author, researcher, and yes, he will be staring through your windows just in case you were hiding aliens in your house. And let's rock and roll here a little bit, guys, because Mystery Wire got a great interview with Sammy Hagar, the Red Rocker, former head and lead singer of Van Halen. And I don't know about you guys. I know we're going to start this debate right now. I was more always a Sammy Hagar guy than a David Lee Roth guy. But Sammy has never been very quiet about the fact that he is an ET contactee. One of the greatest songs he's ever written about this is with Van Halen on the 5150 album called Love Walks In. And if you haven't seen the lyrics to that song, I highly recommend you go on YouTube, type in Love Walks In lyrics, and check it on out. It is amazing. So this reporter with Mystery Wire is in Vegas, and Sammy Hagar is holding a press conference because his band is going to be having a residency there. So after all the questions were done, this reporter actually had the great idea to ask Sammy if he would talk about his alien experiences. Sammy said his first one happened when he was 5 or 6 years old. They still happen to this day. He recognizes the beings from little grays to humanoid type beings. And he did end up saying, I don't talk about this a lot because there's a lot of people out there who will think I am crazy. So experiencers aside, I would love the fact to have Sammy Hagar come on this show and tell his story. And I'm really even more surprised that nobody in Hollywood has even approached him to make a movie off of this because of his name. Do we need, Roy, I'm going to start with you on this one. Do we need more famous people like Sammy Hagar who've been around forever coming out and telling about their experiences?
Yes, I believe so because they're celebrities and people tend to really gravitate toward what they have to say on all topics, on any topic in life. So to have somebody like him come out and say that he experienced something like that, that makes it easier for someone who's basically unknown to feel like they're not crazy and to feel like they could be accepted if they come forth with their story. So I think it's beautiful for him to come forth like that and tell his story. And the lyrics to the song is beautiful, very beautiful.
What would it mean? You're a rapper on the side. You've made a couple of albums, and I've heard your music. It's fantastic, by the way. What would it mean for you if fellow rappers or hip hop artists, going back to the days of Run DMC on forward, started coming out and saying, "Look, this is happening to us as well"?
Like I said, it would be in the world, because there are people there are people that hold a lot of weight with their celebrity status. So then it makes you think that you're not crazy. I think a lot of the people throughout the years have experienced things and have held it in because scared of being ridiculed. But if you have somebody who you look up to and admire, say, hey, I went through the same thing, it gives you a little more confidence to share your story and share your experience. So that's a beautiful thing.
All right, Nicole, let's get to you on this one because I know you're an experiencer. I know your story, and many of our audience already knows your story about this. But what does it mean to you when you hear Sammy Hagar coming out talking about this? Is it good for ufology?
Yes, it is good for ufology. And I always get a little excited, I guess, because this gives me more to dive into. And you know that I've been digging into this underlying music and ufology theme for a couple of years now. And I've really been hitting it hard over the last year. And I don't know, this might end up in a book. I'm not going to say anything more other than this is important because when they share their stories, it's like Roy said, people hear it and they can go, oh my God, I've experienced this too. But what I've been trying to push the envelope on is there's something about artists and this phenomenon, whether there's a oneness, a love message that's coming from. But what I find with musicians is that their message, however it's reflected, their experience seems to be timeless. Like the artists that have had experiences in the 60s and 70s, not only have their songs like been #1 hits, but more often than not, their album has, and their career has also stood the test of time. And their music also gets continued by a next generation, like their songs get covered. So this message somehow, not to sound too woo, but is part of this awakening that I think we talk about with like this, oh, that's too like new age to say. But I mean, what better way to pass on, messages to influence and change generation than through art and music and a culture? You have to affect a culture until you're really going to change it. You have to impact it. So that's what I want to hear. And I don't know, he might not even know how to describe his experience, and he won't know that till he talks to, his fellow community about it. So I will race you for that interview. Touche, dueling interview pistols at dawn.
This is what we need to do. We need to go to Vegas on a media pass and afterwards sit down and interview him regarding the experiences. That's the way we need to do it.
Yep.
I'll ask the questions, you drink the booze. Deal.
Well, there's going to be a lot of tequila if it regards Sammy Hagar, that's for sure. Yeah. Walter Bosley, I want to get you in here on this one.
Well, I agree with everyone that it really is important when well-known people. I mean, I think Kurt Russell fessing up that he was the pilot that reported Phoenix Lights was a real boost to the Phoenix Lights case and witnesses. No matter what you think Phoenix Lights were or were not, that was a big deal for Kurt Russell to fess that up. And I think, again, for the reasons already said, it always helps. It always helps when these folks do that because, regular folks, for whatever reason, that makes them feel more comfortable and they look up to these folks.
Very true. Very true. I would love to see more experiencers come out, not only from the music world, it doesn't have to be UFOs and aliens, but, a couple of years ago on Halloween, our music guy, Ron Bubblefoot Thal, talked about playing at Plovdiv, Czech Republic, and he had never, ever fallen on stage. And he said there was something on stage in this theater that was literally created in the 1600s that they were playing on, an outdoor venue. And there was something on stage that was bothering the band members. The keyboardist to Sons of Apollo had his sunglasses knocked off his head during the show. And then when they were performing Comfortably Numb, the version from Pink Floyd, Bumblefoot went to do his solo, and he was actually shoved down from behind and tripped during the solo. And he has never, ever fallen on stage before. And right before that, I mean, these guys play expensive gear. They're not going to the local pawn shop and picking up a $300 guitar. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Bumblefoot's equipment is, I don't even know the price of his guitar. But he was saying that his guitar is created where it does not go out of tune. And almost every song, for like 4 or 5 songs in a row, his top string on his guitar was going out of tune. And that didn't make a lot of sense to him. So I would love to see a culmination of a lot of these artists coming together and bringing their stories to the forefront, even though they do have to go through the ridicule and the skepticism and the unbelievers and everything. Thomas, I want to get your opinion. We don't hear you, buddy. He's not.
Okay, sorry. Taking a look at, from a big picture, we definitely need more people in music. We need more people in Hollywood, and we need more people of notoriety that can reach a very mass audience of people that can go ahead and help normalize it to a degree, get more people comfortable to talk about it, and make it something that's more of a topic that's more talked about versus something that's ridiculed to a big degree. Because a lot of people, I mean, growing up my entire life, anytime I would want to bring up the stuff that happened between I was 5 and 8, and no one wanted to hear it, and they always thought I was making everything up. But the shit happens whether we like it or not. They come and go where they want. They take who they want. They do what they want, irrespective if you don't have a say in it. And it's something that goes along with you. And and I have to say, I'm sure Hagar knows exactly what happened to him, and he can talk about it. He doesn't have to hear other people that talk about it. But what happens is you start getting check boxes that you're checking. Hey, that's the same as me. That's the same as me. Hey, that's the same stuff that went on. And you start seeing these patterns, and it brings a greater understanding to the people that are there. And out of that, you can get them to maybe open up more and even, bring more people into it, because, there's a lot of things that we don't understand that we all go through. There's a bigger picture to all this. But it's like any kind of experience to go through. If you don't have someone to reflect with, to understand it, to see the stuff that you can't get into it in your own mind, I think he's just, like you're saying, Dave, get a press pass and get back there and, get them to open up.
You know what? That's a good thing, though. But it was brought up by a couple people in our chat room tonight. Why do we need celebrities or government officials to tell us this is going on? Why are we taking regular everyday experiencers and we're immediately yelling at them, that didn't happen, you're lying, you're making this up, you're full of it. And yet if Sammy Hagar comes out or someone else comes out that's famous saying, hey, I've got aliens, or I've got ghosts, or I've seen Dogman or Bigfoot, we're like, oh my God, it is real because so-and-so saw it. So-and-so saw it. Go ahead, John.
Notoriety.
That's just being human. That's just being human. I mean, look, whether we like it or not, people that have X million followers, a lot of what's happening is people are putting them up on a pedestal and saying, we trust your judgment. Now, no one likes to think about it that way, but that's basically what it's saying. And so if you have, and forget, let's even put that aside for a second. If you have some experiencer come out that nobody knows, and you try to publish an article about what they did, the only thing causing that article to spread is the content of the article, which may or may not fly. But you get someone that has this huge following, their entire world is going to review that, and you're going to have a percentage of those people that are going to be able to relate and understand it. And so what you end up with is an incredibly larger statistical opportunity to actually get the message out to people that will be able to relate to it and understand it.
And people respect when the famous person is willing to risk their popular reputation by,
which is ironic. Because I mean, if you really think about it, right? I mean, okay, so the rock star that got caught doing what on who with which is now worried that his reputation is going to be ruined because he saw a UFO?
No,
I don't know.
that's never been the case with entertainers.
Not all celebrities have a bad reputation for doing shenanigans. I mean,
no press is bad press when you're a celebrity or an entertainer. Like, no, they're not going to be ran out on a rail like that. Honestly, you guys are talking left brain and right brain here. Musicians and artists are right brain, creative people, and they have no problems with going, this is what happened. I don't care if you think I'm crazy. Now, the scientists and everybody we want in the field, even if they are experiencers, are so left brain that they're inhibited and they have to try to have a logical, rational explanation for their experience. And they are the ones that hide behind the, I can't talk about this because
everyone has
criticized or I'm going to be laughed out of my profession. Like musicians don't care.
But everyone does have lines. And there's a lot of musicians that have had experiences that for some reason don't want to talk about, or they might have political views that they don't want to talk about because they're against the norm, right? I mean, so all I'm saying is that there are some musicians that do have lines that they'd rather not cross, and then other lines that they're willing to dance right over with no problem whatsoever, right? Sure. And the thing is that from a statistical point of view, we know that the population has a certain percentage of people that have had some kind of experience. If you look at the entire music field, how many people have actually come out and said they've had an experience? Very few, which means there is a significant number of musicians that have had an experience that haven't felt safe enough to talk about it yet. Right. And maybe now they will.
That's reasonable.
Right? I mean, are you really saying that you don't think that are you really saying that all the musicians that have had an experience have already talked about it because they feel they should feel? I don't think that's the case because there hasn't been that many.
I think there are more than they even realize. Because when you're talking about the phenomenon, you're not just talking about, I saw a blinky in the sky. Like, we're talking about all forms of high strangeness here. So as more people talk about this, like we said earlier, and relate these coincidences or synchronicities to what they've experienced themselves, then that's when they start diving into this world. Like, I just interviewed this wonderful woman named Alexis Johnson from the UK, and her experience is all about like co-creating art and co-creating art with the oneness in mind, like the ultimate consciousness, that. And one thing we discussed with artists is that there is a big giant ego at play. Like, a lot of artists don't want to admit that they channel what they create, or what we call a download experience. And musicians talk about it as, the song just popped in my head and I had to write it down and I had to get it out. And we describe that as a download. So I think there's a whole world of artists out there that don't even realize this connection to the phenomenon and don't know really how to describe the experiences that they're having except through their art. So
cool. I can tell you personally, I've had download experiences my entire life, and I've never considered them download experiences. As far as I'm concerned, they've always been just hints from my subconscious. That's how I've always viewed it. I've gotten 3D models. I've gotten solutions to engineering problems. I've gotten entire answers to questions that I shouldn't have even known anything about. And it wasn't until I was already saying it that I was like, what? Where did that come from? And I'm already speaking it, right? I mean, that's been happening since I was like 5, and I've never considered those download experiences. I mean, I don't care if I call them download experience, but in my mind, I still don't consider them to be coming from any aliens. As far as I'm concerned, they're coming from essentially my higher self, my daemon, my subconscious, and whatever you want to call it.
Like a comedian, I'll kick it back to the first 15 minutes. Like, this is what I was saying, where people don't necessarily realize that there's more to this phenomenon. Like,
Yeah, no,
Well,
I was offering evidence for what you said.
No, and that's what the general public doesn't get. So if we're gonna push this envelope forward, like this is the territory. Like everybody has these experiences. It's ET might be the word we use, or aliens, but those of us who have been in the field, who have been pushing this envelope, we're already talking consciousness. It's consciousness. It's
well,
not.
and there's beings other than ETs and
Right.
the archetypes in our consciousness too that
Very true.
you know, the nuts and bolts people in ufology don't want to hear about. My UFO experience was entirely occult related, occult research related, and you know, that's just, people would rather, a lot of people, not everybody, but a lot of people would just rather hear about the ET experience. Or I'll say that, and somebody will want to recharacterize my experience to tell me, oh no, that was ETs. I'm like,
Right.
you weren't there. You weren't there for the whole context of, you know, it happened at the end of 7 years of intense, weird occultness and synchronicity, you know. So there's a whole spectrum, and that's something we haven't even addressed. There's a whole spectrum, really, of what these experiences are.
And Walter, we're seeing more and more of that, as Thomas could attest to, of people out there creating these channels, these blogs, these videos or whatever, completely attacking any experiencer on social media regarding this phenomena, where everything we are saying as experiencers is not to be believed and not to be trusted. And if you're out there talking about your experiences publicly, you're immediately pointed at as a liar.
Wow.
Thomas.
Yeah, that's throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And that has an agenda behind it, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. It's just, well, there's people out there, their agenda is to literally tear down as much as they possibly can. They don't care who they threw under the bus. They don't care how many babies are with the bathwater. Their job is to take anything to call everybody a liar, whether you're an experiencer of someone who's gone through abduction, or you're officer from the Air Force who's flown an FA-18, you know, going and pursuing the phenomena. So it's just a matter of, you know, looking at it from a perspective that, you know, sometimes when you got these morons out there who just don't want to listen and they just want to, you know, be in this negative spin, let them go off and spin. Don't let them bother you. And if they're going to do their stuff, let them do it. Focus on the positive, focus on what we can to get where it needs to.
Well, and there's nothing wrong with using discernment and being critical on a case-by-case basis, because quite frankly, ufology has also been led astray by a lot of charlatans and liars and snake oil salesmen.
Yeah.
But you got to do it on a case-by-case.
Yeah.
You know, I might criticize this person or that case, but that doesn't mean I disregard then other cases that when I've looked at them, I'm like, okay, this one seems authentic and reasonable.
But if you're talking about people who, like in social media, who are other YouTubers and stuff, they're actually just taking this and throwing the freaking shit from the monkey on everybody without doing the research, without doing the due diligence.
Right. And without using case-by-case discernment, you know, it's like these days in ufology, there's and in general paranormal, etc. You're right. There's a lot of people in the community that it's either or. You're either all in or you're all out. You can't be, you know, well, this amount is reasonable, this is not, this amount is reasonable, this is not. You can't do that. Oh no, because they want you to be black or white with this thing. You know?
But this thing is far than black and white. I mean, but they have seen
exactly.
the people who have experience with the phenomena, something with the ETs, their ability of what they sense, it broadens and expands. And people who have the experience with the Dave.
We got to get going here on the break here. So I appreciate that. Our guests tonight, Science Bob McGwier, Walter Bosley, Roy Washington, Nicole Sakach, Thomas Fessier, and John Hudson. We'll be back with the roundtable and the final hour of it right after this on Spaced Out Radio.
Yeah.
Woo!
I usually call it the toothless meth head who's on the corner who's a moron. You know, you just have to. Sometimes you have to walk by when they're throwing the insults. Consider the source where it's coming from, and just keep on walking.
Right. Like, I mean, I think those loud mouths are always around though, and none of them really stand the test of time. It's just a new loudmouth pops up because it's the same regurgitation every single time. And it's what like people I'll like Don Schmidt calls them armchair researchers. Like people that won't they'll like Google anything online, but they won't read an actual book or go out in the field and actually talk to somebody. You know, it just is what it is. And,
there's not a lot of the critics that are willing to like call organizations, do document search. There are a couple who are critical of some folks that they do their due diligence. They
no, there are some great skeptic ones online, especially these days, but I would say probably the most annoying ones are like are like a reiteration of no class Philip J. class. And that's just when you can't attack the subject, attack the person type person.
I was actually really impressed. A couple months ago now, Mick West reached out to me and he's like, I'd just like to get, some feedback on you on, like essentially why you don't believe me. and asked.
I don't
so
dislike
we ended up getting on a Zoom call, and we ended up talking for like, we scheduled it for a couple of days later, but we ended up talking for probably 3 hours and had a really good conversation. And, he was very polite and it was a really nice conversation. And I was just, more than anything else, I was just, at some level what he was trying to get me to do is he was trying to get me to poke holes in his argument so he could hone his argument. It was really what he was trying to do. But it was still nice that he, reached out and actually wanted to engage at some level,
No, that's great. No, and like digging around in Stanton Friedman's files for Grant, like that's one thing that I've noticed about kind of this era gone by when people had to handwrite these arguments to each other and have these debates via snail mail. It's like, oh, wow, like this happens in 10 minutes on Twitter these days. Like, but it's still interesting.
Hold on a second here. Fessler, where the hell is our drumsticks? You dirty bastard right now. You dirty bastard. Quest and I are sitting there looking at you like, hey, we'd like some of that drumstick too,
Yeah. It's just right 10 feet away in the freezer, so couldn't resist.
Dave, you know what I have a bowl of right here?
Well, hold on. I can't see with you shaking them.
What is that?
Marshmallow?
Unicorn poop.
Oh, my God.
It's a thing.
And, of course, Nicole's dog's going to bark now. This is a great show, guys. Thank you so much. This has been fantastic radio tonight.
Absolutely.
Gorgeous Gene Beckett, yes. Roy Washington, as in Leroy Washington in the chat room. And Roy, just because you're on this show doesn't mean you can't yell in the chat room, take us home, man, because I need that every night, man.
For sure.
Uh-huh. Max Ritchie, how are you? Welcome to the chat room, man. Alien Critter, good to see you again.
One thing I think it was Grant that said that I thought was kind of interesting about, just the Friedman stuff was just and maybe the Stanton stuff that she can maybe comment whether it's still the case, was that you had all these debates going on, but no one ever seemed to change each other's mind. Like there never seemed to be any movement on anyone's position through all those years of correspondence.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait. The unfortunate part for all of us in ufology is right when they started getting into the meat and bones of the Friedman files, COVID hit. And New Brunswick has been pretty locked down since then. Greg.com, welcome to the chat room. We got about 45 seconds here, guys. I know, Chad Smith, that drumstick. Absolutely. Absolutely. That drumstick. We're all salivating here because of Fessler right now, you dirty bastard. All right, moving on here. I want to say a big thank you to Spooky, G West ×2, my guru, Pascal, Lori, Cosmic, Unknown, or Cosmic ×2, Unknown ×2, Ozzy Steve, Dirty Filth, Andrew ×2, Patrick, Space Cow, Aliens, Jefferson, Bob, and Black Dragon for the amazing super chats. It's a great way to support what we do on this show. We actually have another minute here because I forgot what break we were on. But I want to say a big thank you to all of you for helping us out. And it's really, really appreciative. 2A Freedom, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Yeah.
I'm Chad Smith.
I'm Chad Smith.
Me.
You can't be Chad
Nicole,
Smith.
is there going to be an attempt to digitize all of Stanton's work and put it up into an online database?
Well, that is part of the project because when Grant goes, what he does is takes a photo picture.
Okay.
And so part of what I do, and granted, I do not do it a lot these days, is manipulate these pictures because he does it so fast. Some of them are blurry, some of them are crooked, some of them I have to adjust to even be able to read. So yeah, the idea, and honestly, anything that has been coherent so far, Grant has done like a PowerPoint on it, and it is in the public.
Nicole,
space.
I gotta shut it down. Here we go.
Would you like to connect with us? Head to spacedoutradio.com for all your latest show info. Now, back to Dave Scott and SOR.
Here we go with the third and final hour of Spaced Out Radio tonight. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for joining us. We really do appreciate earning your listening ears wherever you are on this beautiful planet we call Earth. Want to remind you that if you're listening in on our terrestrial affiliates, we are so appreciative. And if you're on our terrestrial affiliates, welcome. And, of course, on our digital networks, TalkStream Live, Revolution Radio, and KPNL. All of our archives are free. Just go to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Just do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. The Desert Clam has set the password for tonight in the SOR Space Travelers Club, Camstery. Camstery is your password. Use it wisely, space travelers, as the Clam sets a password each and every night right here on Spaced Out Radio. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. We continue on with our great panel tonight, as we do it once a month near the end to talk about the month that was. And tonight is really a full UFO show because so much happened in the month of September regarding UFOs. Let's just call it what it is, UFOs. It's so much more fun to call it that. Our panel tonight, from Disclosure Tonight, Thomas Fessler, Walter Bosley, who is here as an author, researcher, former Man in Black, and, of course, our SOR bodyguard from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, height unknown, weight unknown. We have Roy Washington, John Hudson from the Unbiased UFO Report, Science Bob McGwier, and, of course, Nicole Sakach, author and researcher. And I want to start with you, Science Bob, on this one. Or Science Bob dropped out. I guess we're not going to start with Science Bob on this one. We're going to get straight to Walter Bosley. We'll start with you on this one because Elon Musk 2 weeks ago literally set the world on fire again, which he seems to do on Twitter every now and again, where he responded to a tweet saying UFOs are real. I mean, that just set everything off course because Elon Musk, through the whole entire SpaceX program, has been in denial when asked whether or not aliens are real, UFOs are real. Is he going to get into this subject? He's always been in denial. He said he's never seen any proof through anything, doesn't believe they exist or that they are here. And then he throws out the tweet, but he's known to do that. Walter, I want to get your opinion on the way the UFO world and UFO Twitter went nuts over Elon Musk's tweet.
Well, honestly, this kind of mystifies me because we've all been around in this subject, interested in it for a while, whether we've been public with it or not. And to me, what I'm confused about is this recent theme of, oh my God, UFOs are real. I thought we all understood that for decades now. I thought this had already been talked about publicly, that we know these things are real. It's what are they? I mean, UFOs are real is something that, was stated clear back to the 50s. So, to me, all this spin up about, oh my God, they're real. I'm like, where have you people been? But on the issue of, Elon Musk is Elon Musk. So people are interested in what he has to say, because especially what he's doing, which I find very exciting, because I believe humankind's destiny is to leave the planets and go out in space. And it's going to happen for the common man when non-government people like Musk venture into what he's venturing into. And because of what he's doing, immediately I think they're excited, because it's like, wait a minute, here's a guy who's putting stuff out there. What does he know? What has he seen to make him say that? I think that's where the excitement's coming from. On that. And I think that's what it's all about, because he's got the credibility with what he's doing with SpaceX, right? That's his company.
Yeah, he's got notoriety. I mean, imagine you have someone like Elon Musk. You have someone like Tim Cook. These are big leaders of big companies. They have a lot of influence in everybody's lives. That's the kind of celebrity. I mean, I was saying about Hollywood, but it's really about people with notoriety, people with celebrity, even though they're just celebrity for who they are and the jobs that they have and what they do and what they've accomplished. Those are the ones who have that broad reach to bring into everybody. Yeah, there was a lot of excitement on UFO Twitter, but it's imagine of all the people who aren't involved in that are just Tesla fans or other things with SpaceX. Right. It just, it resonates and lifts us all up a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Elon is a modern day, what's the name I'm looking for? The guy who created flight, not created flight, but from the 30s and 40s, had his child.
Lindbergh?
Lindbergh. He's a modern day Charles Lindbergh. Okay. And he is using technology and social media to his advantage. And he knows that when he speaks, people listen. Look what happened.
He's more of a modern day Howard Hughes, I would say.
Or Howard Hughes. Exactly.
I would say Edison, but definitely Edison, someone.
Yeah.
But just the fact that, look what happened to Dogecoin when he typed out buy Dogecoin. Dogecoin went crazy, absolutely crazy. He made multi-millions off of it.
It's about money.
He understands Twitter. Elon knows how to use Twitter, but in this case, he screwed up, because essentially the reason why he said they're real UFOs is it was a joke rebuttal to a thread he was on, and I think I said that when you and I were talking about it, Dave, that I didn't think he was being serious. And as evidence that I'm likely right, he deleted that tweet. He pulled it afterwards. Sorry, go ahead.
Pulling a Tom DeLonge.
Yeah, totally. And the thing is that, but the one other reason why it's important is that I've seen people and look, I come from a slightly different point of view, because, I've been hearing about and bumping into Elon for a long time, because he was in the Bay Area, PayPal and so forth. So I don't put him on the same pedestal. I think a lot of people do, but the challenge is that a lot of people do, and so I've seen people actually make the argument that UFOs aren't real because Elon Musk doesn't believe in them, and he obviously knows everything, and he's obviously read into everything. And he obviously knows all that's going on. And so therefore, if he doesn't think UFOs are real, they're not. And so that's where it gets pulled into the conversation in many places. People start using him as a pawn to justify their argument as to whether UFOs are real or not. And so as soon as he says they're real, even if it's a joke, everyone jumps on and goes, oh, but see, look, I told you, even Elon believes, right? And it's unfortunate. And, and quite honestly, I don't even, I was really confused as when that whole smoking pot thing happened and they talked about pulling his clearance, because I don't even know what kind of clearance he can even have, because he's not an American citizen. So I don't quite I don't know what kind of clearance he actually holds, and ultimately it's SpaceX that needs the clearances, and he doesn't actually run SpaceX. There's a brilliant woman that actually runs SpaceX.
Foreign born or foreign nationals doing business with a particular government that's not their native country, at least in the United States, they can get security clearances. I mean, I worked with these folks when I was a Russian translator for the Bureau, and it all depends on what they're doing. And if, because doesn't he have some contracts with NASA?
Well, no, he's actually launched military satellites.
Yeah,
So
well, there you go.
I know, but I don't know.
He's got to have a clearance.
Well,
Yeah,
I don't know. But
degree.
I don't know if. Yeah, no, but I guess my point was I don't know if he specifically needs clearance because of the fact that it's actually this other woman, I can't remember her name right now. I feel bad. She's brilliant, who really runs SpaceX. But to that point, just really quick, is it basically like a DoD handed out clearance? I mean, is it standard thing where either the company has to be cleared and they have their own tickets, or they have to get an outside sponsor of some sort? Okay.
No, they go because he's got Americans working for him, right?
Can I clarify something?
Yeah.
Elon Musk is a triple citizen. He's a citizen of the United States, a citizen of Canada, and a natural-born citizen of South Africa.
And so that's what I was confused about, because when I was going to get a Q clearance, I was told that if I had dual citizenship, it would prohibit me from getting clearance.
Who were you going to get it through? The Department of Energy or who?
Sandia was sponsoring it.
Sandia, okay. Yeah, I had mine through Department of Energy.
I mean, we couldn't even get on a base. Like, we had employees that couldn't get onto bases because they had dual citizenship. Dual citizenship, and if you relinquish your dual citizenship, you were still put on hold for like a year or two before, and that's not even for clearance. That's just to get onto a base.
Yeah, well, you have to remember, Elon's the top guy with his company, so they're probably going to make exceptions for him, because I guarantee you, even if he has the woman engineer you're talking about running certain things, he is briefed in on everything that his company's involved in.
And if SpaceX is cleared, then all the executives have to be cleared.
Depending upon what they're exposed to, yes.
It's so hard to actually get your company cleared, because you actually have to have a company where all your executives are not so crooked that they can actually get a clearance.
Right. They all have to go through an SSBI. And,
which is not easy.
Depending upon what they're exposed to will determine what their tickets are. And then, that it really is greatly dependent upon what their specific gig is.
Sure. Yeah. But I mean, it matters to people what Elon thinks. And so if Elon believes, then they feel safer to believe. If Elon doesn't believe, then they have reason not to.
I thought the major problem Elon got into when he smoked pot was with the SEC, not the government.
Well, it was actually basically
the Securities Exchange Commission.
It was multiple levels. I know that I know that there was the Air Force requested a review, and that through the process of the review, the give back that Elon gave was that he agreed that he basically agreed that SpaceX employees would have to start getting money, yearly drug tests. So basically, the SpaceX employees paid for his transgression.
Now, how many years? What was the span of time between when he did it and when it became a concern to the government? Because I know with federal agencies,
a couple months.
Oh, it only been months.
Oh yeah,
I think it's got to be like 5 years.
No, I think within I think it was a month after the Joe Rogan show.
Oh, that's right, because
the Air Force announced that they'd announced a review of SpaceX.
Yeah, because if it's been 5 years or longer, then they're like, okay, and you got to tell us about it, because the number one thing is, don't lie to them. They'd rather you tell them, I did it 2,000 times up until 5 years ago. Okay, cool. You lie to them. Believe me, I used to do the background investigations for a while. The investigator's going to find out. And that's what.
Okay, well, let's just point out the obvious, though. Like, pot culture has completely changed in this country drastically over the last couple of years, especially. So that's all I'm going to say. So, I mean, that may or may not affect things.
Oh, I take THC gummies, and
I wish McGwier was here, because he could kind of say, like, I know, like, after X amount of time, you're allowed to kind of do whatever you want. Like, and I know somebody who was involved with the government, like, just noted a couple months ago that they've been out retired so long and they can smoke pot now because it's legal in the state that they live in,
Right.
which is something they couldn't do before. So
right. That's what I'm saying.
the clearances that they hold. So
I never had a joint to my lips ever and never ingested any of that until last year when I was going through cancer treatment and started using THC gummies, because it's like, you betcha, if that stuff helps cure me, I'm eating those gummies, and
they'll make exceptions too. I know there was certain teams that were being hired for on the security side of things where they were completely bypassing all the rules and you could actually be an active smoker. So I mean, there are exceptions made in certain circumstances.
Where'd you hear that?
I saw it in writing. It was basically I believe it was either the NSA or the CIA, and they basically said that they've just realized that they can't hire top hacking talent and still have this requirement. It was causing them recruiting issues.
Okay, I'll bet you that's not for case officer jobs.
Oh no, these were very specific. This was red team, blue team, like computer security type stuff.
Computer guys, CCI guys. Okay, maybe, but yeah, not like
it was crazy. Like, most of us didn't believe it was real. Like we all went like, huh? Like, what?
Now, this document, was there provenance on this document? Was it a legitimate document? Because
I looked. I mean, I wasn't applying for the job, so I didn't really look into it. But
I mean, because I've been in that world, multiple agencies, and that just doesn't.
We were
sound
shocked.
kosher.
No, we were. Everyone was flat out shocked.
Yeah, I have my doubts about that because they don't.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was like I said, I didn't look into it, so it may have been sort of thing where they said you can be smoking it up until today, but from this point on you can't. I mean, I don't know, but I don't know any top people in that field that don't. So I don't know how you would hire into that out of that. I don't know how you'd hire people from that.
When you say you don't know top people in that field who don't, you mean who work in national security?
No, I'm saying who work privately.
Privately.
They would want to recruit
all day long.
Yeah.
Hey, to swing this back to Elon for a second, like, what I will say is that it was just a few years ago where it was very billionaire playboy ego-ish of him to say, and don't quote me verbatim, but he did say something along the lines of, if there were aliens, I would know.
Shoot, he did a
meaning I'm up there, I'm doing all this blah blah blah, I would know. And what I will say notably is that there has been a drastic change in this man's ego over the last few years. I mean, he has sold his properties. He now rents. Like, I mean, he's ready to be gone. Like,
not all of his houses.
This decline and this like materialistic, like money,
right?
Which is a side effect of having an experience.
Yeah. That statement of if something I would know. Boy, that gets people in a lot of trouble, because I remember Commander Fravor. I'm sorry, if I was in a bar with Commander Fravor, I'd say, every time you say that crap, that if America or the Navy had this, I would know. I'm sorry, Commander, that's BS, because you, as a hotshot fighter squadron, blah blah blah, you are not briefed in on everything being tested and developed, and you know better than to say that, or you should.
But back to Elon. I mean, you got to remember, he was with a new woman for 3 years. They just split up now. They're done. So we're probably going to see a lot of the old Elon coming back, because you probably had someone like Grimes who was changing him, trying to make him into something more that she wanted versus who he was. So
come on, no, like, I don't buy that.
Not, like, she was awesome. Like she's what a
good Canadian kid.
Maybe a little of both. You know, maybe,
what I will point out, though, is you guys did a little comparing to like Hughes and Lindbergh, but honestly, like, what scares me comparison wise is like, what if he's a modern day Tesla? And here it is, all for humanity, pushing us forward, and then he dies penniless with his work hijacked in the end. all but like forgotten. So,
well,
let's just hope it's not that.
The difference is Tesla never reached that level of wealth to protect his stuff. Because remember, he had that a-hole Edison, and others.
Well, he kind of had
stealing
that,
things, and that was the guy making the money.
He was kind of naive, though. And he was like, this is for humanity, and it's going to be free, and everybody's going to love me. And
I don't think Elon
didn't have that cutthroatness.
Yeah, I don't think he's that naive. I don't think Elon Musk is that naive, though. You're right about Tesla.
He's really, I mean, he's highly functional Asperger's, which means he's super intelligent for what he handles. So he's got a lot in there that he can handle at once, more than an average person.
I'm sure he has a safety bank account with $10,000 in it. Okay.
Yeah,
right? I'm pretty sure that he has that.
Is his safety bank account in a bank on Mars?
Well, hopefully he'll smart enough to get a prenup.
They weren't actually married
shortly, or is it going to be another Bezos or Bill Gates situation where they lose half of it?
They weren't actually married. They were just together. But
I don't like that kind of talk. That's kind of garbage. I think people get what they deserve in all scenarios, prenups or not.
Oh my.
I don't know. That could be debated. In some cases, you're right. There is the karmic, justice. But in a lot of times, there isn't always the karmic justice. There's, game playing.
His last wife asked for 10% of Tesla and 5% of SpaceX when that ended. I don't know if she got it, but that's what she asked for.
Who did?
His last wife.
Oh yeah,
the one he had the twins and the triplets with. She asked for a couple of things, and then at the end of it, she asked for like 10% of SpaceX and 5% of.
Was she with him as he was building it?
For some of it.
Yeah, and I mean, any state I can think of, I'm sure she got what
I'm sure she got something.
Hers.
Yeah.
I don't think that they're vacationing at the Motel 6 and taking the cheap cheap tickets.
No, if she was with him, she has rights to,
something,
a piece of that pie. Right. And
but either way, to wrap this up, as we only have about 2 minutes left here before we got to go to our final break of the night. When Elon Musk speaks, whether it's in jest or whether it's in reality, people take him seriously. Yes. It's the same thing as when Tom DeLonge would put on his Twitter, what if I were to tell you? And then 2 hours later, the tweet is deleted and Tom is in deny. But I think with Elon, people trust him. They trust what he is doing. They trust the motivation, whether he's telling the truth or not, or just playing around on Twitter. I don't think people can read between the lines on that anymore. And that's the danger of it. Thomas, I'm going to give you the final word on this one. You got 90 seconds.
Elon has got a lot to say. He's a big person. He's done a lot. I mean, look at the space program that he's put together. He's the one who's powering everything that NASA is going to be using for the moon. They've got, rockets that land by themselves. We got car companies that have changed, taken the money out of big oil and, they're expensive cars, but look how cheap they are to get around. I mean, overall, getting him to get out there and admit to this, and it's a big thing, and we just need more people like him lining up, more people that have had experiencers. I'm for it all the way.
Yep.
Me too. And hopefully one day, he will find something. Hopefully one day, if he doesn't or isn't in the know, that he actually has something happen. Personally, I look at him and I think, oh yeah, I think he's experienced or seen something.
He'll find something on Mars and he'll give it all to Chris Wachowski.
Exactly what's going to happen. He's going to give it all to Chris Wachowski. Here's a couple of Dogecoin, Chris. Take this and run with it. We won't pass it through the DND this time. We have a fantastic panel. Science Bob McGwier dropped out. His internet crashed at his house, so he's not going to be able to return tonight, but we got a great panel. We have Walter Bosley, researcher and author. Super Quest, the SOR bodyguard, Roy Washington. Nicole Sakach, author and researcher. John Hudson from the Unbiased UFO Report and from Disclosure Tonight on YouTube. Thomas Fessler. When we come back, After years of silence, Fife Symington talks about the Phoenix Lights. Final half hour of the roundtable is next. All right, we're clear, guys.
The old Pied Fife Symington.
Yep. I've had a lot of fun listening to you guys. You guys have been absolutely brilliant tonight. Absolutely brilliant.
Awesome. Thanks, Dave. It's been a blast.
Yeah, much fun.
Oh, wait, no, never mind. I had a question and then I just answered it myself.
We can't forget to duly note that it's the 60th anniversary of Betty and Barney Hill.
That's right.
Yeah.
That was the 19th.
Just so you guys all know, if you're still feeling awake for it, once the radio show ends, John and I go into an after-hours show here on Friday nights. And if you guys want to stick around and continue the talk, you're more than welcome to. If you want to leave, you're more than welcome to. If you want to say, piss off, we're never doing this again, you're more than welcome to. Just send that to me privately, though. You know, and I want to thank all of our paid subscribers this week, you know, because we buy our subscribers here on YouTube. We finally hit 13,400. And hell yeah, dude, I hate electric cars. I'm a petrol head. I'm a diesel guy myself.
Oh, Dave, if you just drove one, man.
Oh, God. The acceleration is just like.
Well, you know, the only thing I will say, is this: I have no problem with electric cars. I have no problem with moving away from gasoline or diesel, but I don't think that people who are on the pro-electric vehicle bandwagon right now really understand that lithium-ion batteries cannot be fully recycled, and that crap is as dangerous to the environment as nuclear waste.
Yeah, well, most of people driving Teslas aren't really doing it for the environment.
Oh, I hear you.
Well, let me put it this way, though, too. Like, people in my area, and Dave, like, you're in Canada, I know, like, a true utility vehicle is necessary. And, you know, you're out in the middle of nowhere for hours and hours and hours without electricity anywhere. So I don't know. I know it's a concern. And the other thing I will note is, like, we 2 years ago had a gas station that converted all its pumps. It's right along the interstate, converted all its pumps to electric. And my restaurant is right next to it. And I go outside and I look at this gas station all day long. And the other three that are within 2 blocks are busy constantly. Like, you have to wait to get to a pump. And that one, it's like crickets.
You know,
Well, yeah, it really depends on the state you're in.
You know,
Why did they go all the way?
You know, the other thing about it too is, you know, for me personally, I have decided I'm not getting an electric battery vehicle until I don't have to sit for 5 hours to fill the thing up.
Well, and they don't have the superchargers up in Canada? Because my understanding is the supercharger stations will fill you up in like 90 minutes or 60 minutes.
Okay, so if you're on a holiday say you're driving from British Columbia or like I am, and I want to drive down to California because I don't want to take Uber, or I want to work my holiday on my own schedule and see what I want rather than what the touristy things. What's the thing I'm looking at? The tourist companies want me to do. Okay. I'm not, if I'm driving to California, there's gas stations all over, which is great, right down the I-5.
Yeah.
But I don't want to be stopping for an hour and a half with children in my car, sitting around doing nothing for an hour and a half every 5 hours.
Well, the idea is that you have to stop and eat every 5 hours. So like you're basically charging while you eat. I mean, that's the whole concept. But I mean, I only, like, for me, like it's in California. Like if you're driving your car in California and you have a Tesla, it's just not a problem. I mean, there's
Yeah.
there's charging
a
stations
lot of
everywhere.
people,
This
a
coming
lot of
from the
people,
guy who drives a Hemi.
when they're on
Yeah.
the road, they take food with them. I'm one of those. I have food with me in the car, and I stop for
Right.
gas.
But we're getting beyond lithium ion. They've got sodium ion that they were just talking about in August earlier of this year, and they've got other technologies they're going to be able to get beyond. It's just where the battery technology is today,
Yeah,
and what it's
yeah.
going to take to have
Well,
something
Well,
that
and,
can have.
and that's one thing.
Guys, I got to
they're
wrap it up.
investing a
I
lot of
got to
money
wrap it up because we're going to come back in 10 seconds here. Sorry about that, guys. We can debate that after the show. Thank you to all of our super chatters. And here we go with hour 3 or the last half hour, guys. We've rounded third. We're heading for home tonight on Spaced Out Radio. My name is Dave Scott. Thank you so much for taking the time to join us tonight. Want to remind you that if you missed most of this show or others, check out our free archives by going to youtube.com/Spaced Out Radio. Do me the favor, hit that subscribe button. Our website is spacedoutradio.com, where we have a plethora of features for you, including rocking out to Bumblefoot and reading up on Captain Shirk's SOR Newswire. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio and on Instagram, Spaced Out Radio Show. For the final time tonight, we introduce our panel on the SOR Roundtable. We have Nicole Sakach, author and researcher, from Disclosure Tonight on YouTube. Thomas Fessier, our good podcaster, award-winning podcaster, Roy Washington. We call him the bodyguard of SOR. John Hudson from the Unbiased UFO Report and author, researcher, former Man in Black. We have Walter Bosley. I'm sorry, Walter, since you said that, I absolutely love saying I'm going to introduce you as that each and every time now, my friend. Anyways, panel, I hope you've had a good time tonight because we sure have on this end with our listeners, and me hosting this has been absolutely wonderful tonight. Our final topic for tonight was earlier this month, Fife Symington, the former governor of the state of Arizona, during the Phoenix Lights back on March 13th, 1997, spoke at the International UFO Congress. And this was the first time he had spoken at a UFO event to talk about his role in the Phoenix Lights. Now, Symington is probably the most controversial figure in this entire event that lasted a couple of hours, with multiple craft seen from Mesa to Tucson. And later on, we've all seen the video of the Phoenix Lights back then, which seemed to span for a couple of miles long.
Mm-hmm.
The military came out and said it was A-10 Thunderbolts and F-15 that were dropping flares. Okay, the flares never seemed to move, though. Flares eventually drop or burn out. This was not happening. But where the controversy started for Symington on this was the day after, at a hotel. There was major media, not only from the state of Arizona, but national media taking coverage of this event. They had dozens of cameras there, hundreds of reporters. Symington takes to a podium and then says, "We figured it out. We got our guy." And State Patrol walks out, a man in an alien costume in handcuffs, into the press conference to say that he was sorry for causing a stir for the citizens. 65,000 plus people witnessed this event, and they never forgave Symington for it. Years later, Symington comes out and says he was one of the witnesses who actually saw this craft. And once again, now he is saying he's sorry for the way he treated this event. Nicole, I want to start with you on this one, okay? Because I know as an experiencer, you get real passionate about this type of subject. Is this a matter of too little, too late, or do we need Fife Symington to be speaking more about this subject?
I honestly think he needs to be saying every single day that he's sorry. I think he just a daily podcast about how he was wrong. about how it was terrible that forget about experiencers and that he gave us all a middle finger when he marched out that man in a costume and made it a joke. He did that to his constituents, his voters. You had an entire city of people that he slapped in the face with that.
Well,
So
look what our
it's
government
continued
does,
over the
though.
decades.
They've been lying to us for 75 years.
There's been redemption. And no, he could have been a champion. He could have championed us in that moment, and he didn't. He dropped
Especially
the
since he saw
ball,
it too.
and now he's trying to pick it back up again. And we all know what happens when you drop the ball.
What pressure did he have behind the scenes from different areas, from his advisors from Washington and other places on what to say and how to handle it? So we have to think of, he may have done something and there was that one act. I want to know, and that would be the great interview, Dave. Get him and talk to him and find out why, what was your train of thought? Why did you do this? And let's understand, there's this act that we look at that we don't like, but there's always a story behind it to get greater understanding.
No, very true. Very true. Walter, I want to throw this at you, though, from your intelligence background. Do you think that before that press conference on March 14th, 1997, that Symington was talked to either A, by the military, or B, by government officials to say, shut up, don't say a thing, and do what you got to do to deflect this event?
I think that's very possible. First of all, I think the event was real. I mean, all those thousands of people seeing it. That's right. That wasn't a very smart way for him to handle it, even if he had been talked to. But I might be the dissenting voice here. I do not think Phoenix Lights was anything otherworldly. Since that happened, we have learned about immensely sized light airship type platform technology. In my opinion, after having looked at it for years and seen, looked at it close enough, Phoenix Lights was not from another world. What it probably was something being developed, something being tested or whatever, and that's why he was talked to. But I don't believe it was an extraterrestrial object.
Have you talked to anyone or interviewed anyone that's actually went out there and recorded? Because I had Tom King on my channel a couple of weeks ago, and he's
read
been around
those interviews and seen those. It was not from another world. This is what happens in ufology. Something happens, and all this stuff gets piled on it to the point where then people say, "Well, of course it was otherworldly because have you seen this, that, and the other?" When that was piled on, look at the Bentwaters thing. Okay, I'm sorry, that wasn't extraterrestrial either. And look what's been piled on, and even some of the witnesses, oh, I saw this or that. And when you look closely with a discerning eye, you find out some truths. But because it becomes part of the lore that everybody wants to believe, you get emotional reactions to saying, it really wasn't. So yeah, I have looked at all of that. I've heard all the arguments. I still am not convinced.
If you want to talk to someone who was actually, if you have ever seen a video of this Phoenix
Sure.
Lights, it's usually Tom King's video who did the original recording. If you ever want to talk to Tom and interview him and hear about, if you ask him the questions that you want to hear an answer to, he'll shoot you an answer that's straight up.
Well, why don't you tell me what he says that so convinced him that it's from another world?
I don't want to insert myself in the middle. I think that's a better account. Hey, I can get you and Tom King to come to my show and talk about it.
I've looked at all that stuff. There's still nothing. The whole idea of that being extraterrestrial comes down to that's people's opinions. When you really look, okay, people saw this thing. It was immense. There's all these layers of what we call analytical overlay and in scientific remote viewing that people just kind of jump to conclusions and pile on there. Okay. And a lot of the stuff about, it's ET or whatever, when you get down to it and you look, you find, it's an opinion. It's a conclusion. There's no real evidence that it was this otherworldly thing. And
no, exactly. It comes down to,
UFOs.
You may have looked at this stuff, but if you want to talk to the actual photographer who was there and ask him about the experience and just basically what he saw. No conjecture, no stipulation.
Okay, and
nothing adding into it.
if I come away with the same conclusion,
Cool.
I'm being stubborn, or
No.
he hasn't convinced me.
No, I'm just trying to give you an opportunity to talk to someone who was actually part of it and was there and actually
But
did
I've
the
seen
tape
these
that
people
everyone's seen.
talk about this, and I've heard the
Well-
time after time people
Can I
talking about.
I want to interject here for a second, because David Spinks, who's been a guest on this show, is a paranormal investigator. He was actually in the United States Air Force at the time, stationed at Davis-Monthan Air Force
Right.
Base, where the A-10s flew out of to intercept this craft. He had no idea while this was going on that all he knew was that the entire base was locked down. He was stuck in a cafeteria with the blinds closed, as was everybody else, trying to figure out what was going on. Nobody knew anything. They weren't allowed to ask any questions. The entire base was on lockdown during this event through the night. And it wasn't until after, when they saw the media reports later on about these lights, that had everybody talking on the base. But he did see that jet fighters were scrambled to try and intercept whatever this was.
But that's not inconsistent with this being some type of operational flight test and a reactionary test of human technology. People love to go, oh, the fighters were scrambled. Oh,
Okay,
the base
Walter, let me pose this to you, though, since I did actually co-author a book on this topic.
Okay.
Here, I'll shamelessly hold it up again. There's
Okay,
my
I
book.
see it.
What I will say is that, yes, I think there are elements at play that would lead people to believe that this is our tech, human tech. But then when you dive into it a little further and you're talking about this immense scale, and you're talking about a vehicle, whether it's manned or it's these, balloon type craft.
Right.
And okay, so experimental giant craft, like the size of a cruise ship. So where are you going to house that thing? Here. And then when you take into account that these things have been spotted in and on every continent in various countries.
They've been spotted on Earth.
So which government has this experimental craft, and why are they flying it over other countries in highly populated areas?
Our Air Force alone has global reach, and we do.
Why would you put something that high tech and advanced over Phoenix?
Because
or over Belgium, or over the Hudson Valley, or in Australia, or in France, or
I'll answer you.
Nicole, let him answer.
Alaska.
I'll answer you.
Chicago.
This is what people in ufology never want to accept. The same thing with the Tic Tac is what you want to do is they wanted to test the reaction of the people on the base. And so what if the people in Phoenix see it? Okay, let's see how people react to this.
5 different variations of this craft. Triangle, chevron,
to be fair,
pyramid.
I'll look at the things you guys are flashing around in front of me. If you will equally delve in actually deeper than I think you have in technological development of this stuff, because I don't think you've looked as close as you think you have to that. So,
I don't know. I'm real heavy into like Navy R&D.
Okay, but you see my point. It's like you guys are saying, oh, but you haven't considered this person or that person. Well,
no, I mean, I'm just saying, like, it's a high argument. I mean, I can't name any other secret project or experimental project that would have been tested in that way, shape, or form. Ever.
Because they do that stuff classified and secretly.
I
hear Richard Dolan make comments
we know where we
time.
tested the stealth and where the stealth was being flown.
Yeah, what airport's going to be able to handle something
one that like flies for 2 years and then it finally lands?
It's not going to be kept at an airport. It's going to be kept, at some sensitive installation. And the nature of these things, some of these giant platforms, is they are like collapsible. Okay, we're talking a very lightweight thing. I mean, it amazes me that people get excited about what so and so does and this does, but when it comes down to possibly explaining the popular UFO cases, they don't want to hear it. It couldn't possibly be ours.
So Walter, I will agree with you from the point of view of, yes, people get too emotionally attached, and I cannot say that I agree with you on Phoenix or Bentwaters, but I can give you an alternative example of what you're experiencing, in that I believe I've found really significant evidence that Calvine UFO was a U.S. program, that was Aurora.
The what? I didn't hear you. There
the
was
Calvine, the triangled craft that Nick Pope had up on his wall.
okay.
It's Calvine. Is it Calvine or Calvine? I think it's Calvine, right?
Anyway, a triangular.
Yeah. Anyway, and I mean, I have what I think is damn good. It's damn good reason to believe it's our program,
Sure.
and I'm in awe of the reaction I get to that information. Like people are they get angry, right?
Yes.
But the one thing I will say though is that in the case of this, I'm not blanket saying I think it's alien or blanket saying I think it's US. I'm pointing to a specific program and a specific configuration of a specific vehicle that I have information on how, like, what it did and how it was made and so forth. In the case of the Phoenix Lights, to me, anyone saying that they think it's alien or they think it's US made, to me, like, there should be some burden to show, like, in what form you think it's that thing, right? I mean, to just say that I don't think it's alien, or to say that I think it is alien, I mean, maybe there are watermarks to say that if you exceed a certain technological ability, it's automatically alien. But what I'm trying to get to is, do you have any specific craft or programs in mind that you think it might match?
I'll provide it to Dave in the next week. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't sit here with my
no, totally.
Files.
And you are right. I know of some incredibly large platform old programs that were done a very, very long time ago.
There's stuff being done now.
I was just wondering if it was a specific thing that you think matches.
And other.
Okay.
Yes. And other people have pointed this out too. And like I'm saying, when I do these shows, I don't have my AHA files sitting out in front of me.
Sure. Yeah.
Excuse me for not remembering the name of the company offhand, but I'll provide that to Dave.
No, that's the only thing I was confused on, was that it wasn't clear to me that it was a specific craft, or was it just you knew a certain technology was being investigated? Right?
It's both. It's situation where it's a both thing. There's these companies that are doing these kinds of things, and then others have done an analysis and pointed out specific things, but that's not popular in UFO world because
Walter, I want to ask you a question.
Confirmation bias.
I want to ask you a question here, because
sure,
I have seen two black triangles in my day.
Okay.
And both were different. One was smaller with an entirely lit up undercarriage. The other one had the classic 3 dots.
Sure.
And the one that had the classic 3 dots that my friend and I saw was massive.
Sure.
Biggest thing I've ever seen in the sky.
Okay.
And so what I'm asking is, if these craft, which most people know as the TR-3B, is human made, many people are seeing these at the same times at different parts of the continent, different parts of the world. That would mean that they have a major fleet of different variations of this craft flying at all times.
You don't know that. It doesn't mean they have a major fleet of these. They could have X number, and they're doing various flight operations in different parts of the world.
True.
You know, I mean, to assume that they have this massive fleet of them, that's an assumption.
Yeah.
It is.
It's interesting. We had one fly over
That's
Washington State here in 2019.
One at a time, guys. We're cutting over each other on audio.
But that's what I was meaning. Like, in what program in our past have we ever had permission to run programs like that in foreign territory? Like we can just like fly a triangle over Canada.
Yeah, because the permissions are at a higher level than the citizens. I hate to tell you.
I don't know though.
Right.
Like, okay,
I
so
do. I mean,
I could see maybe trying to test this on an adversary, but like
DOD,
without an ally's permission.
Okay,
Stop.
Hold on. You're making an assumption that we didn't have that ally's permission. That's an assumption. We at this level don't know that they didn't have. You're making an assumption.
To carry on with the assumption though, so they're in on it. You're saying they would be in on it. So they're in on the cover up.
If DOD has an agreement with DND, to do these tests for whatever reason, yeah, they're going to allow it, because what was the Phoenix Lights doing to harm anyone? It was flying, over and people saw lights. How is that harmful?
Isn't it Secret Tech 101 though? It's secret.
But wait a minute.
Like Belgium though. Like, okay, so what would be the point of
to get the reaction of the public or people to, okay, what do they think this is? How are they going to react if they start seeing these things? If you don't think that kind of parts of the studies go on, you're just not in on these particular type programs. Just because the citizenry thinks, that doesn't pass my smell test, doesn't mean it doesn't go on. It just means, hey, not all of us are. We're not, and I'm with you guys now. I'm not read in on these programs.
I do actually have an example.
30 seconds.
I didn't think this happened either, because a D notice was issued in the British government for a U.S. program that D notice basically means that that craft can fly in British airspace, and if anyone in the MOD sees it, gets a report on it, or hears about it, they're not allowed to speak about it because it is in a U.S. program they were notified of.
And on that note, I got to wrap this thing up, and we end on a major, awesome scored debate here on the round table. Nicole Sakach, Thomas Fessler, Superquest, Roy Washington, Walter Bosley, Science Bob before his internet crapped out, and of course the Stetson wearing, the fedora wearing John Hudson. We appreciate each and every one of you coming on the round table, making it exciting, a full UFO round table tonight. You guys were absolutely amazing and full of energy. Thank you so much for hanging on out with us on the SOR round table. We got Mr. Ron Bumblefoot Thal rocking in the background with Little Brother is Watching. Bumblefoot is the official music of Spaced Out Radio, rocking us in and out of every single show. Get your horns up for the guitar god himself. Special thanks to everybody listening in at home, at work, in your cars, wherever you may be. Thank you to everyone in our chat rooms tonight. YouTube, Twitch, LGAB, Revolution Radio, Spreaker, Facebook, the Space Travelers Club, and on Twitter at hashtag Spaced Out Radio. Remember, this show is copyright by Spaced Out Radio and SOR Media Ventures Limited. Thank you so much for choosing to share your evening with us, because together, my friends, say it with me, we own the night. Mr. Bumblefoot, we need a favor. We need you to take us home. Yes, the Woo Train has docked for the night. But soon, my friends, we shall ride again. Your seats are always available. Your tickets never expire. And if you want to bring a friend, yep, we've got room for them too. Good night.
What one lead to check out, Dave, is JP Aerospace and some of the stuff they're doing. And that's just one
awesome,
example.
Guys.
They're not the only one. But
that was awesome.
I'll dig that out.
So, Walter, do you follow any of the lines that some of this tech that is human? Because I do think there's human triangles out there. Do you think it's based on alien tech and found technology?
I don't dismiss the possibility, but what I find repeatedly is the instances that people point to just always disappoint. It always turns out to be and
What
I
aspect of those disappoint you? Because I kind of found like the opposite, like the experiencers that I've talked to, it's like, whoa, okay, those elements like can't be explained. Like,
what's your criteria for giving for in your opinion for an experiencer to be authentic?
Multiple witnesses seem to be a priority for us at first. You know, we didn't want like a solo witness, but I mean, this was like opening a can of worms, honestly. I mean, I found out things about Phoenix lights that I just didn't even know I didn't know. And a lot of it had to do with, and what I found kind of held true with a lot of other cases were that, yes, there was this massive sighting incident, but all the other high strangeness and cases that surround it, like the leading up sightings that are in the area before and after, and the continuation. Like, I mean, nobody talks about the downloaded messages from Phoenix.
The downloaded messages?
Yes, that people that witness this craft, like they have come forward now and they have received messages, like as they were experiencing this, they were struck with this and that.
And you believe this based on just simply their testimony?
Yeah, I do.
I have a problem with that. No, I have a problem.
Is there consistency?
This is like the line in the sand.
Yep.
Is there consistency among the messages?
Great. I mean,
because ufology has been plagued. Well, come on, guys. Let's be honest. Ufology has been plagued with liars and storytellers that aren't being honest. Unfortunately,
that's a scapegoat, though. Everything is plagued with that. Like that's humanity's plague.
Okay, but just because everything's plagued with that doesn't mean, therefore, then we don't critically eliminate some cases. That's not a good that's not good logic, because just because, look, every country in the world has bank robbers, so therefore let's let bank robbers go free. We can't do that. So, just because there's shenanigans with all sorts of stuff in the paranormal, UFO, blah blah blah, doesn't mean that we should still entertain or what we question or accept something just simply based on somebody's testimony because they seem sincere. I never ask anybody. I never insist or ask anybody or even get into the debate over whether anybody believes I saw what I saw. I caught it on video, and I did have another witness with me, and it doesn't bother me whether people believe me or not about it. But
I mean, one of the criteria for it being man-made, though, is that we would have had this technology from what point in time? Like, I mean, I've heard arguments that we started developing triangle technology in the 40s.
Okay, that's triangle technology, and actually we did. I just did a presentation on this.
Mm-hmm.
This thing we're talking about with the Phoenix lights. The thing is, we don't have to point to, gee, when in 1949 were they developing this? Maybe they just started developing it in 1995.
I know, but okay, so when you have triangle sightings that are reported from like the 30s and 40s,
that's it. Wait a minute. The triangle thing is different than the Phoenix lights. The Phoenix lights was V-shaped, okay, and it's a different thing than I mean, come on.
Is it? Now that's what my book explores.
Yeah,
to me they are different. I mean, they're similar shape, but
yes, they are different. Okay, I'll say it.
Because the triangle is a filled in. Like, I mean, to me, the Phoenix lights look like a V wing,
solid triangle.
But there wasn't a back. There wasn't a back to it.
Triangle.
Yeah, my understanding from looking at it is
pyramid triangle.
Okay, well, Phoenix lights thing was V-shaped. Okay, it wasn't a triangle.
I'm just saying, just me personally, I haven't thought of it as being a triangle.
Guys, just 1 second, because the audio really mushes together.
Yeah,
when everybody talks at once. So we're having a great discussion here. Let's let each and every one of us finish what we want to say, please.
Well, I have a question. Do you guys believe Hanabu was real?
I'm not familiar with Hanabu.
You're not familiar with Hanabu?
No.
Okay.
Vaguely
That's the
familiar.
German flying saucer that was allegedly built by the Nazis during World War II
Well,
and allegedly reverse engineered from aliens.
Call it Hanabu. So yes,
It's really popular. Yeah, I'm surprised you hadn't heard of it, but
I have.
Okay, yeah. Well, it's been proven to be a load of malarkey, but people still choose to believe it. Look at a guy named Ernst Zundel. In fact, I have a presentation on Hanabu a 2-hour thing that I gave on my YouTube where I name the sources of this and how it was a post-war neo-Nazi legend, lore, fantasy. And yet, yeah, there's going to be people who stubbornly say, you're just saying that. Okay, well, I've presented the historical proof and evidence that this is not real, but they choose to believe it because they want to choose to believe it. And Hanabu is a perfect example of that particular issue in ufology.
Well, and I mean, Dave and I were just talking about this the other night, that there is a problem that we have in this community, that in the past, there was so few public cases that a lot of people would become fixated on one case where it would be like, if this case is real, then UFOs are real. If this case is false, then UFOs are false.
Right.
And I did this myself when I was younger with Bob Lazar. As soon as I started having doubts about Bob Lazar, I gave up the entire UFO, my entire interest in UFOs because of that, right? And now we've reached a point where well, I was 12.
Yeah, you came back around.
You don't make the best decisions when you're 12. But now we've reached a point where there's so many cases, there's so much good information to look in that I think a lot of people don't realize we've now reached the point where, like me, for example, at this point in the game, I think that I think the Phoenix Lights was not ours. I don't know whose it was, but I don't think it's ours. Okay. Bentwater to me seems like it's not ours. Calvine, I do believe is. But here's the thing: if I'm wrong and Phoenix Lights is ours, okay, it's just one case, right? If it turns out that Bentwaters is not ours or is ours. Interesting, right? Like, I mean, to me, like no one case matters that much anymore,
That's all I ask of people. When I talk about this stuff, I share opinions, I share my position, but all I ask is to not get that wall of emotion that is coming from a place of faith and belief instead of actual critical thinking. Because I too believe extraterrestrials are out there, and I too believe that they come to this planet and have come to this planet. I don't buy every UFO sighting story or contactee story I hear just because, they seem sincere. I'm sorry.
He does, though. I mean, he does. Who believes everybody?
Oh, there's people out there.
I think Tom DeLonge did.
Twitter.
Hold on. I want to respond to that because, the one thing I always say about an experiencer is an experiencer can tell if another experiencer is full of shit or not.
Right.
It's very easy.
Okay.
It's very easy to tell. Okay. I will take this road from an experiencer's point of view, where I look at somebody like Angeli right now, who is coming out talking about whatever she's talking about. Now, I totally believe that she is an experiencer. Totally believe that. I don't believe this entire phenomena of the cave in the desert where she's going to be taking control of that. I think she is doing that to come out and make a name for herself, to be some sort of leader in this field. And I think she has the wrong handlers who are giving her the wrong impression of what is supposed to come. I mean, they're almost treating her like a new cult leader sort of thing. And I don't buy that type of phenomena at all. But I mean, like, I had an experiencer on the other night, a lady named Nora Funk. I'd never heard her story before. And when you can see the raw emotion and the fear inside of an experiencer, and you can feel with their voice everything that has happened to them, and they feel the need to come out publicly and discuss this, I think there are a lot of people out there who will look at Nora and say, oh, this lady needs psychological help. But if you're a true experiencer going through this, you could look at her and say, I know exactly what you felt in that exact moment because it's happened to me.
And it's either fear or awe. It doesn't necessarily have to be a fearful
Absolutely.
experience. It's an
Absolutely.
awe. That's what we experience. I mean, when you hear the audio when I was recording, even that's my voice going, "What the F is? What the hell?" And yeah, so there was, I get it. There's that excitement, but even so, I don't expect people to just accept my story based on my testimony alone. I don't expect that, and because I don't want to be expected to accept every story simply based on testimony, because unfortunately, you mentioned human nature earlier. Unfortunately, human nature and what have you, we've just had too many hoaxsters and too many BS artists in ufology that we really got to be more careful and discerning.
Oh,
And,
absolutely. Absolutely. But you know what? I will tell you this, and the people that I am talking to who are way more in the know that I am right now, they do understand that the hardest part for them taking this to phase 3 is the fact that they are going to have to really weed out the experiencers from the bullshit con artists to the ones who are having way multiple kinds. I had one person, and I think I've mentioned her name to you, Walter, Samantha Mowat. Okay. Samantha is a lifelong experiencer. I met her on April 15th, 2014, and this is the lady who walked me into the forest 25 minutes after meeting her, and we come face to face with extraterrestrials.
Okay.
Screwed up my life, and that's how I ended up on doing this goddamn thing. Okay. Ruining my happily boring life. And I blame Pascal in the chat room for this too. This is your fault, Pascal, my guru and hero. I love you.
The problem, though, is when you're talking about these folks going to phase 3 is no matter what they decide and who they decide on, there's going to be a percentage of people that are going to be angry and say, but no, these people are telling the truth, when they who have to decide have decided we're just not buying that. There's not enough there. So what's going to happen is
they'll break off.
There's going to be this division. There's going to be this sore feelings, and
but that's already happened with like the Corey Good and William and the Wilcox stuff, right? That group's broken off, and now they're their own little world, right? And they can spin into
such a pile of crap. And the number of people who fell for that and still do
and are still falling for it, no, absolutely. It's
you get I had people that got angry at me for being brutally honest from the get-go when Corey Good, the whole thing was, when I first learned about it and looked at it, I'm like, nah, this is bullshit. And sure enough, as we get farther along, it's like, yep, it's BS. And
but I will say Samantha Mowat is a great has been a great lesson for me, because if I wasn't friends with Dave and I heard what I've heard from Dave about her, and I just saw her interviewed, I would struggle, right? Not because she doesn't come off as believable, and not because she doesn't come off, she doesn't, like, some people come off as kind of like, like a little out of it. She doesn't. She's very articulate.
She's good.
A smart person. She speaks well. She speaks clearly and so forth. There's none of that. But what she says, the content of what she says, is so far out of reality for me, right? That I really struggle with. And the only reason why I believe, I should say I try to believe her, is because of what Dave's told me, right?
Sure.
So because I have that other source. And so what this forces me to do is then when I hear other experiencers, where my initial reaction is like, no way, right? I have to wonder, like, is there a Dave somewhere that I could talk to where it might change my mind, right? And it makes me weigh things
quiet here for 2 seconds because I have to get rid of a couple of bullshits in the audio.
Oh, sorry.
No, that wasn't you. No, this is from the radio side, and that didn't make a lot of coming to go through and everything.
Taking a look at from a,
we don't hear you, buddy. He's not.
Taking a look at from a big picture. We definitely need more people in music. We need more people in Hollywood, and we need more people of notoriety that can reach a very mass audience of people that can go ahead and help normalize it to a degree, get more people comfortable to talk about it, and make it something that's more of a topic that's more talked about versus something that's ridiculed to a big degree. Because a lot of people, I mean, growing up my entire life, anytime I would want to bring up the stuff that happened between I was 5 and 8, and no one wanted to hear it, and they always thought I was making everything up. But the shit happens. The shit happens. The shit happens. Whether the shit.
Got to be an algorithm to do that for you, Dave.
Yeah, it's called editing.
Shit happens. Shit happens. Shit.
Okay, there's one. And then the other one's at 58. So that's at 47, 48, 50, 52, 54, 56.
Out with the bathwater. And that has an agenda behind it,
Yeah, absolutely. It's just literally tear down as much as they possibly can. They don't care who they threw under the bus. They don't care how many babies are with the bathwater. Their job is to take anything and call everybody a liar, whether you're an experiencer of someone who's gone through abduction, or you're officer from the Air Force who's flown an FA-18, going and pursuing the phenomena. So it's just a matter of, looking at it from a perspective that, sometimes when you got these morons out there who just don't want to listen and they just want to, be in this negative spin, let them go off and spin. Don't let them bother you. And if they're going to do their stuff, let them do it. Focus on the positive. Focus on what we can to get where it needs to.
Well, and there's nothing and being critical on a case by case basis, because quite frankly, ufology has also been led astray by a lot of this person oil salesman.
Yeah,
but you got to do it on a case. Okay, this one seems authentic and reasonable.
Like in social media, who are other but if you're talking about people who in social media who are other YouTubers and stuff, they're actually just taking this and throwing the freaking shit from the monkey, shit from shit from the monkey, from the monkey on everybody without doing the research, without doing the due diligence,
and without using technology. There's or you're either all I don't know, because they want.
We got him.
Walter, are you familiar with the AI tool that Elizondo spoke about in San Marino?
Dave, did you get what you needed from our silence?
Yeah. Okay. Right ahead.
Okay, go ahead. Repeat that. The AI.
Did you hear or see anything about the AI tool that Elizondo spoke about when he was in San Marino?
No.
Is it San Marino? I think it is. I always forget the pronunciation. So I've been waiting for this guy to release a video of the presentation, because he actually demonstrated an early version of the tool at the demonstration in his presentation. But basically, it's a machine learning based tool that I don't know exactly who's been working on it. I know that it's not like specifically Elizondo's project. He said he's been consulting on it, but essentially what they're doing is they're feeding it, the learning process is feeding it every, known object that is airborne. And then it's able to call out what's not. And this is actually pretty easy to do from a machine learning point of view.
But remember, what you just said is key, and a lot of people are going to gloss over that. Every known object. So then when it kicks out unknown objects, people are going to say extraterrestrials.
Oh, no. All it means
I'm just saying
unknown. Yeah, I agree with you. Yeah.
Are going to do that. No. And it, Lou now is, I'm telling you, he ain't going to be putting ultra secret stuff that's being developed and tested in his computer algorithm. He ain't going to have access to that.
Sounds like they're talking about Skyhub.
Except for the fact that it might be possible, depending on how it's done, it might be possible to put in rough shapes that the shape itself would not look like the classified program, but because of the shape, it would tag that as human made.
But how would it know? How would you know?
Oh no, you'd have to. I mean, well, we're not like none of us are familiar with the training with what material the machine learning algorithm is being trained on. The training set is not public, right?
But one of us is familiar with the fact that classified aerospace platforms are very few people are read in on them, and whoever's feeding this algorithm is not going to have access to that. So there's a built-in
correct
error there already.
No, but what I was just suggesting is that I don't know if part of Elizondo's consulting with them is trying to learn how to get as close as they can. But you're right. I mean, basically what you're going to end up with is what's going to fall at the bottom of this sifting tool is anything that's still an SAP, UASAP, whatever, right?
Yeah.
And anything that's not human.
Yeah.
And so now at least you have a smaller pool to sift from.
Hold on, stop. The possibility of anything that's not human, certainly. I agree with that.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is you're going to have a bunch of people jumping to conclusions.
Absolutely.
And
right.
Unfortunately, that's going to continue to muddy the waters. And
but if you can fast fail all the known stuff, you end up with a smaller subset to argue over, right?
Sure. Yeah, I'll give you that, because the computer is speeding up that process. But if you still come down to a subset where you can't confirm or not, and gut feeling don't count here. Okay. You can't confirm or not whether something really is a program that's being tested. Okay.
Right.
And what are we? We're back to square one, no matter how great this AI
in a way though, because essentially if you have something that falls to that category of is it a black program or is it something else, right? That can be flagged for processing on their side. And if the DNI steps forward and says, we've looked at this for 15 years and we still have no idea what it is.
Okay, the problem with that,
them saying it's not a black program.
The problem with that, if you're running a black program and they say, take a look at these shapes and tell us which ones aren't yours, you're not going to want to reveal that info, because then by default, you're pointing to what is yours. They're not going to do that.
Well, why not? We're flying it over
but the DNI did that.
Belgium, the Hudson Valley.
That program and TikTok had reached a point where it was time to test that on personnel, whatever. And I'm not saying Phoenix Lights was military. I'm saying it very possibly was a contractor developing something in conjunction with the military. Okay. And again, if you don't think tactical operational tests of military personnel go on, then you just don't know enough about the military.
They do in designated areas, not over U.S. cities.
When you've got a base close enough to a U.S. metropolitan area and the thing is not a danger or a threat, how do you know they don't do it over cities? I heard the same argument about the Tic Tac. Oh, they wouldn't do that over San Diego. Then the Phoenix Lights is a different case, but in the case of Tic Tac, then you find out it wasn't anywhere near the city, downtown San Diego. It was way south of the California-Tijuana border, and it was out in the Pacific Ocean corridor that is famously known to be where they test advanced classified technology. And none of those F-18 pilots were flying craft that were armed. Now, with the Phoenix Lights, do you know for a fact that these aircraft that responded, were they armed? Do you know for a fact?
What are you even talking about?
Because you're talking about they would never test this over a city. Okay. And one of the big clues.
So you're jumping to the conclusion that they're testing armed things over cities now? Like, I don't
you're talking over my answer because you don't want to hear it.
Okay, no, I said don't put words in my mouth because I never said anything was weaponized.
Well, no, he's making an interesting argument.
No, hold on. I'm trying to lay the argument, and I am asking you a question. I didn't say you said that. Take a deep breath. What I'm saying is, do you know for a fact that these jets scrambled from the air base outside of Phoenix, were they armed? Because I'll bet you they were not. Because
so the reason why
that is
what makes a
hold on,
difference,
let me
Nicole.
finish. Can I finish this thought? Because that is another clue bird that it's some type of exercise thing going on. Just like Fravor and his squadron, those aircraft were not armed because everybody was like, oh, what if they fired a missile at it? Well, they weren't armed, and that's a telltale sign that what was being tested was to get their reaction, an actual real world pilot reaction. And you want to get pilots who are not read in on something. And if you don't think they do that, then you either don't know enough about the military, or somebody is leading people down, BS alley, because they do stuff like that. I just, I know it's not popular, the position I take. I know I piss people off, but
I want to bring something up here.
Yeah.
Or there is a good plan that they may not be armed, because in that secret mission they know they're there and they are trying to create communication with that, and any sort of craft may see that as a hostile reaction.
Look, if the U.S. military is going to scramble aircraft, okay, in response to something that's truly from somewhere else in another world, I guarantee you those aircraft are going to be armed. They're not going to play a diplomatic game when they scramble those kind of aircraft. If they're wanting to do some diplomatic kind of, you come in peace thing, they're not going to send Air Force jets in a real situation unarmed.
I understand that, but if we look at the Tic Tac situation, okay, and we look when the Navy sent out the 3 battleships into Catalina Island, where the alleged craft was hovering over top of the helicopter pad, okay, in that instance, that would have been a potential act of war, would it not?
If it were really something from somewhere else in another world.
So,
okay.
So my point is on that is maybe, just maybe, and we don't know,
right?
But just maybe, in a hypothetical situation, they didn't draw arms or lock in on the targets because they were trying to make communication.
They would not do it that way. That does not pass the smell test from a military perspective at all. It does, because think about it. If trying to make communication implies what? That we don't actually know for sure what or who this is. And if we don't actually know for sure what or who this is.
But if they know who it is and they know it's not human.
How do they know if it's dangerous or not anywhere in that? If they're trying to establish communication, they haven't communicated yet then by implication. So therefore, they don't know if it's dangerous or not. So therefore, they're not going to send up fighter jets without a capability to fight if it's a real situation. And remember the difference between, look, a civilization that would be advanced enough to come across space and come to this world uninvited. Okay, they're smart enough to realize that, yeah, they're going to be met with our aircraft that are probably armed, but they're going to be smart enough to realize, okay, yeah, they're armed, but as long as they're not firing at us and being hostile at us, we're not going to fire back. So that kind of kills the logic of this idea of, well, send them up without weapons. That's Hollywood. That's not real life. So that's even more clue that this was not what a lot of people wanted to believe.
All
right. They asked
Fravor
if he had weapons.
Who?
Fravor was asked what part of the sequence that he reported was he was asked.
Point out to me what interview. Point out to me what interview that is where he says he was armed. Every version I've ever seen.
You didn't. I didn't say he was armed. I said he was asked. He was queried, "Are you armed?" And he responded back with, "No, I'm not armed." Right. And so what I'm saying is that
I misunderstood
at that point in time, he was the only one that knew if he was armed or not.
No, I guarantee you, all the pilots in their aircraft knew that they were not armed. He was just the one who was asked.
I know, but why was he asked?
Because that's okay. They're testing the reaction to personnel. Okay. And
Okay.
the personnel are hearing this report. Part of the reaction test is on those personnel asking him, "Oh my gosh, are you armed, sir?" And then he's like, "Well, no, because this was a training sortie, blah, blah, blah." Okay. Nothing in there eliminates the very likelihood that this was, in fact, it backs up.
I'm
the
I'm
idea.
just surprised that he didn't call out the fact that it was odd that they asked him that. I mean, because it seems to me like there was some disconnect between who he was talking to and what his actual armament was.
Okay, remember, most of these personnel, these personnel on the ships and in the planes, this was not something they were told. Okay, everybody, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. We're going to be testing something on you. No. They were reacting like, "Oh my God, is this real world?" But it was under circumstances where the fleet was in, they were not deployed, so there was no weaponry that they could have used because they were doing training and sorties and stuff like that.
And so you don't take the fact that the DNI has basically the DNI and the essentially the CNO have essentially said that we still don't know what the Tic Tac was as some positive indication that it wasn't ours?
No, because it just because it may not have been ours as an American, it could have been something that the Chinese or the Russians were testing. It could have been. And I know they've said, well, no, some have said, nope, it wasn't Chinese, it wasn't Russian. Well, I ask, okay, would that person necessarily know that? Okay, what is the stake in saying that? You got to understand, these things are layered, and I know it's unfair.
Yeah, but
in
the case of Elizondo, he was supervising the SAP and USAP and WUSAP programs, so he would have had insight for a period of time.
He would not have been. He would not necessarily have been read in on what the Tic Tac was. Sorry. Because when they're developing something and it's like ultra classified,
UAPTF report with whatever they've had to report in, you still follow that suit. That it's, I mean, how many times do they have to say it's not ours, it's not Russia, it's not China?
It doesn't mean it's from another world. Okay.
Yes, and look, UFO doesn't necessarily mean alien. Hey, look, I get it. I get that. You don't have to preface it all the time. Like, I understand that.
It's
so,
time.
Move ahead with that.
It's time for childhood's end in ufology, folks. We've got to learn to better discern what may be from another world and what, no matter how good it feels to think so, what may not be from another world. And, you know, ufology keeps wanting to latch onto these things. They're going to say whatever it takes to keep something classified. They play perception management games. I have personally been in the perception management game with the Air Force. Okay.
So
I think the conversation's over because we've reached a wall.
Well, no, but just quick question, because
we've reached a wall. I can tell.
I'm open to debate about Phoenix Lights. I'm even open to. I gotta say I'm kind of surprised about your position on the Tic Tac, but what I'm curious about is
I'm not the only one. I'm not the only one.
No, because I essentially debated this with people for a very, very long time, and to me, I'm satisfied. So I was just surprised that you weren't.
But I have too, and I'm satisfied.
But that's the point I'm trying to make. Is it? I think that's a perfect example of the fact that, you know, that even I have, even though I've tried very hard not to become attached to certain issues, I find myself surprised that your position on Tic Tac. But then that leads me to a follow-up question, which is that, can you give me an example? Like, can you give me a case that you think was not human?
Yeah, I definitely think those are real. I think for the ones that aren't human, you have to look at some contactee cases, because I agree that there are some contactees that are definitely telling the truth, because I think extraterrestrials if it was extraterrestrials, because in some cases it may not be extraterrestrials, per se, people from other planets, but
no sightings without contact.
No.
Contact is what helps you.
I think there's been sightings that without.
No, I was just curious if there's because to me, like
John,
like I said, I'm just looking for an example of one you did.
I've been analyzing things like Hanabu and Tic Tac and stuff like that. So I'm sorry. Oh, you got me. I don't have my aha file.
No,
sitting here.
I'm honestly.
No, I'm being honest.
Man,
I'm being honest. I can't answer your question right now off the top of my head.
I'm not trying to. I'm honestly, man. I'm not trying to attack you in any way. I'm just kind of curious as to like I said, because you said you do believe that there are some UFOs coming. I was just curious, is just what I didn't need like a specific, like what cases do you believe in? Like what cases do you think are
I admit off the top of my head, I've read stuff in Jacques Vallée's books that, I think were legitimate, but I admit off the top of my head, I can't throw them out because I'm on the spot. But what I'm telling you is, yes, there are cases that I think were, extraterrestrial. Okay.
What about your sighting?
My sighting, I do not think was extraterrestrial. It was one of two things. Either somebody was pulling an elaborate hoax on me, or the context in which it happened, it was an occult-related event. I had been doing, it came at the end of 7 years of an intense period of research that involved occult and synchronicity and ultra-dimensional stuff. And there was a site I had discovered that I'd found that's kind of a mandala, and I had a visionary experience out there 4 years prior to the UFO. I had gone out there, but multiple times. But on the day of the night I saw the UFO, I went out there with an associate, and we measured every dimension of this mandala. Okay, I was doing research, and I was out there, and I was active again. And then later that night, this thing appeared over the house, stayed there. There was another witness who saw it. And it came from the general cardinal direction of where this mandala is to relation to where I live. And then it continued on after it, dumped this molten substance. And the whole experience, what we saw, it dumping things, the mandala, what I saw in the middle of the mandala 4 years prior, this is all consistent with occult research I was doing that has more to do with beings, relative to the Tuatha De Danann and things like interdimensional but it was, when I say occult related, it's because it was associated directly with this site. And, I've done like a little hour-long presentation that I presented at Contact in the Desert. So, I myself have had a weird experience, and it just, in my case, it wasn't extraterrestrial. It was this other thing. And I think a lot of, I think the South African school kids case is legit. Okay.
All right. Yeah, I agree. Actually, I agree with you.
As I'm talking about this, that comes to mind.
Yeah, no, actually, that's a good case. I agree. Did you catch any of the stuff that fell?
Can I ask you, do you mind my show?
Go ahead, Dave.
Question here, if you guys don't mind. Thank you. Walter, did you ever read Alan Greenfield's book?
I'm reading it right now.
Okay. Have you talked to Alan?
Not yet. I'm going to finish reading it. I'm going to talk to him. And
if you need help getting a hold of him, I can give you his number, because his what's it called? The Secret Cipher of the UFO Knots.
Yeah.
I mean, that's exactly what you're talking about with your experience.
And
Alan, myself, Nicole was involved in this, and Olaf Phillips. And,
I know Olaf real well. Yeah.
And Megan Gehring all had combined experiences over 2 months that Alan pretty much predicted was going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah. But I asked Olaf, I asked those. I suspect that a lot of not all, but a lot of what people are thinking is extraterrestrial may not be, even though the beings might say, oh yeah, I come from Lanalos, this planet here, whatever. They might not be. They might be something, someone from some other, dimension in between or whatever, or share this planet with us or whatever, but it's not necessarily extraterrestrial, and they would have a stake in convincing us it was extraterrestrial. And I do think, based on what I've read so far of Alan's book, which a lot of it is history that, if you've been around and you've read Gray Barker and some of the others, that a lot of that stuff was already, you already know a lot of that stuff. It's Alan brings it together in this unique way with details. But I do think there is something. I think extraterrestrials have come here and do come here, but I also think that a lot of what's being reported in ufology with experiencers has little to nothing to do with extraterrestrials, that it's someone else, it's something else.
And that's exactly it. But until you, and this is my only word of advice for you, my friend, and take it for what it's worth. Until you've had that experience with where you have seen beings with your own eyes, never mind this dream bullshit. Okay?
I didn't dream any of the.
No. What I'm saying is, when you see beings like right in front of you, like when I saw Carl at the window.
Okay.
When I sensed Carl again the night I interviewed Olaf Phillips in 2018 and heard the conversation going on in my yard between beings of the. Okay.
Yeah. I have, just for info, I have had experience with beings from other dimensions,
right,
and such. So and I believe that you've seen what you've seen. My only question would be is whether it's extraterrestrial or not.
And that's the big thing that Alan talks about with the whole ultra terrestrials, is right now we don't know where they're coming from. And
right.
that's a great debate of the Lou Elizondo crew, where if you believe what they're saying, they don't know whether it's from space, whether it's time travel from the future, whether
there's a possibility,
it's different dimensions that are going off about this.
And then there's the other thing that a lot of people just don't want to hear, and that's the threat narrative, which I've discussed. That we don't know that these things coming from space. When I hear people in ufology say, oh, the threat narrative is just not true, they're all loving, they all mean us, it's like, oh my God, how can people say that? We don't know. The universe is vast. There's going to be countless worlds.
That's ufology, though, man. That's ufology, though. That's the reason why in the first half hour, Cahill's basically stated, we got to pull away from this in order to focus on what is happening. Right? Because, you have dude, you got the Bigfoot people who are saying that Bigfoot is a human being that should be given voting rights.
And marriage rights.
And Medicare and all this. So I understand
Social security numbers.
I do. But for experiencers aside, the reason why we're so passionate about this entire phenomena is it comes down to one question for all of us, which is, why me? I had a perfectly good life going until I was 38 years old, and it'll be 10 years on December 13th that shit hit the fan for me.
So, okay. Before that, were you a seeker of knowledge?
No.
Okay.
Dude, the only thing that I was interested in was four things: my family, my times out ATVing, going to Vegas to play poker twice a year, and my vacations.
I would venture to say that if the experience, the strongest thing it left with you was why me at that point, that was the point of it. Because it was trying to get you to look at yourself, to see that you were more than just that guy who liked those four things. It was time for you to advance and elevate.
Mine was an extraterrestrial right at the front.
What
kicked mine was an extraterrestrial at the front.
Okay.
What kicked it off for me was seeing the angel of death in my mother's eyes.
Yikes.
And then 2 hours later, channeling the angel of death and him telling me how to keep my mom alive.
Yeah.
And my mother is still alive.
See, there was something going on there
Yeah.
that answers the question, why you? Well, you know, now did this thing with your mom happen after you had the experience?
No.
It happened
You
before.
can find this full interview on my YouTube channel if you want to hear all about
Okay,
Dave's
yeah,
experience.
I'll go and listen to it. But
Yeah.
it might be that the question was raised. The answer to the question was, one of the answers to the question was to keep your mother alive. And because you did that.
2 days later, my house, which hadn't had any spirit activity in it whatsoever, became haunted. To the point
that doesn't surprise me at all.
Everybody in the house was having experiences.
Yep.
Okay.
I experienced that between 2007 and the UFO sighting in 2014 with multiple witnesses. It freaked them out.
And then 5 days after that, I made a prediction to a friend of mine who used to date a rock star, a very famous rock star, that she was going to start dating another rock star very, very soon. And he was playing on stage right in front of us. And 11 months later, they ran face to face into each other in Vegas and couldn't get enough of each other for a while.
That's interesting. See?
Okay. And then I met this gentleman named Pascal, who is in our chat room tonight. And Pascal is my spiritual guru. And basically, he said to me, he goes, how far down the rabbit hole do you want to go? And I made the stupid mistake of saying, I don't regret it. I do not regret it.
Right.
But I made the stupid mistake of saying, let's go all the way.
Yeah.
And that's where shit started to hit the fan. And within a year, Pascal's guides were telling him to push me more towards ETs and UFOs. And when I did that, that's when shit really hit the fan.
Okay.
And, you know, you should have, honestly, if I introduced you to Pascal and Samantha, and they're both here in British Columbia, and you know, as soon you've talked about coming up here, I will put you on a whirlwind tour, and you got to promise me that you will study under them, and they will blow your fucking mind.
Who are their guides? Do they
Spirit
ever identify them?
Spirit guides.
Yeah, no, I know that, but do they have a name?
Yeah.
Do they identify them?
Yeah, I can't remember what they are.
Okay.
Okay. Like Pascal and I did one experiment that we did it 3 times.
Yeah.
And we went into a completely pitch dark room.
Yeah.
Where you could not see your hand in front of your face.
Right.
Okay. Like we blocked out the window with garbage bags, like garbage bag over garbage bag over garbage bag to seal any type of light.
Yeah.
We blocked off all the doorways and we made this room pitch black. And we are sitting 3 feet away from each other, cannot see each other. And we actually opened up a solar system. We watched a solar system form above us on the ceiling that was spinning just like a solar system would. And you would see little orbs of light shoot off from it. Incredible experience. Incredible.
I'd like to see
that anybody can do. Anybody can do it. But you got to be pitch black. Like, dude, you would all of a sudden see ghosts walk out of the walls and walk through.
Yeah. Have you ever done a samadhi tank?
No, I don't even know what that is.
You should try it. It's the stuff that John Lilly experimented with in the 50s and 60s that led to, you know, Patty Chayefsky's novel, which was made into the film Altered States, was based on the work of John Lilly. Samadhi tank is a sensory deprivation tank, you know, where you're floating in there naked in the water solution, and it's the water's body temperature, and you're depriving all input sensory, so the mind opens in on itself, and all sorts of wild things open up to you. You got to try this. I've done this a few times years ago,
so
and
you know
it is amazing.
I'd love to find a place like that.
Nicole.
Dave, our friend Sinead is getting ready to have that experience. You should
wild.
have her on afterwards.
Oh, cool.
It's very cool.
Very cool.
I did it in about 20 something years ago down in the San Diego area. You know, I've been experiencing stuff, you know, that I'm aware of since I was 16. And then, you know, I was trained in necromancy by the guy who really got my national security career started, and he was 40
You know,
years.
that interview you did with, I don't remember who you did it with, where you actually talked about that stuff.
Yeah.
That's a crazy freaking story, man.
Well,
Like
and I was working
that
for the
is
FBI.
a crazy story.
I was already working for the FBI when I was trained to do that, and I was flat out told there's people expecting you to know how to do this.
That was
And
insane.
you know, that and other things, and then the presences started, and all sorts of other strange things, and then that led to, you know, if you're familiar with my Empire of the Wheel books, in the books I don't put in the weird stuff I experienced, but I documented the weird stuff that I and others experienced on that. And so, you know, it's been a lifetime of experiencing things, and you know, so I have great empathy, sympathy, and whatever with experiencers, but you know, I still think one needs to be discerning and do due diligence. And
Very true.
You know, can't buy every experiencer story just because it feels
Very
right.
true.
You gotta, you know, intuition can be part of something, of course, but you got to back up and follow up intuition with some type of due diligence.
But sometimes for most of us, that's all we have.
Oh, true. And
you know what? 9 times out of 10, we're going to be right as experiencers.
We'd have to discuss that some. 9 times out of 10,
I
without any other due diligence.
I would put Nicole, myself, Pascal, or Samantha on the hook for that.
Wow. Nicole, I don't.
Okay.
Question for Nicole. GFGFGFGFG wants to know about Connie Parent or Parent.
Yes, Connie up in
Winnipeg.
where is she in Canada? What about her? What am I supposed to comment about her? What's she doing?
About her experience, and is Grant looking into it?
I think she's in part of the Winnipeg experiencer group that are known as the infamous rabbit holes. So I think she's been in touch and in contact, but you know, sharing your story and talking about it and then doing a 2.5-hour interview are two different things.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm not familiar, like her details aren't jumping out at me right now, but I do know her name. So.
All right.
But you know, Dave, I think
a big
Dave's real quick.
BPXM and GFGFGFG for the super chats, the late ones here. Really appreciate it. Go ahead, John.
I think Walter makes an interesting point though, because if you look at like let's say you were to put some numerical value to a quantity that's related to how awake you are, right? How aware you are of reality, how aware you are of yourself. If you were to assign some number to that, and you were to look at what that number was before you had the experience with your mom, and then you were to look at how that number's changed from then till now, I think that's actually a very reasonable answer to why that this all really could have been just to get you to wake up and to become more aware and to basically at many levels, I would argue, probably become a much better person or a much better version of you, you know?
No, you don't become a better version, John. That's the problem. You may become a more aware version, but you don't become a better version of you. You become a paranoid introverted version of you. Okay.
You know,
because for the majority of experiencers out there, myself included, okay, what happens is you become so addicted to the phenomena and trying to figure out what is happening to you and why it's happening to you, that you realize that your friends are abandoning you because they can't handle you talking, discussing the experience with them. The people you trust most are the ones who abandon you. It is a very, very lonely world for the majority of us who didn't grow up with this phenomena, to have it happen out of the blue and to take us into areas that we never knew existed because this does become addicting. I started a fucking radio show over it because that's the only way I could get some answers to what was going on. And I'm nowhere closer to the answers than the day I started this, and I'm stuck. Not that I don't enjoy doing this show. I love doing the show. The show has been very healing for me.
Yeah.
Okay, on one aspect, but on a personal aspect, I don't want to be around people because they don't know what the hell is going on. They don't understand that there is a bigger picture outside of their picket fence, their mortgage, their 2.1 kids, their 2 dogs, 1 cat, and their retirement savings that they're hoping to save up if they don't rack up their credit cards and line of credit before that.
Right. You know, and it sounds like I had the benefit of a mentor who got a hold of me at a relatively young age. And he told me early on, he goes, look, these experiences that you've had and that you're going to have, you can't just share them willy-nilly with everybody you know or just anyone you know. He says, you gotta pick and choose. And so early on, I took that advice and realized, okay, I can't share this with just anyone. And I got pretty good at knowing, who I could share the stuff with. So I didn't have your experience with that. And I got to say that I had one of my close associate, Fessier, he reacted differently to, because he and I both were experiencing things. He reacted very fearful of it. I did not. I honestly didn't. I mean, occasionally there was something that would spook me out, but I didn't look at the whole thing as some evil thing out there to get me, where he did. And I thought, wow, this is interesting, because it's down to the individual.
But Walter, the difference is you had training to train you for difficult situations. Okay.
No, I had the nature. I was born with the nature that made me suitable to that work. That's how that worked. Okay.
But for the majority of military members out there, they are trained for situations. I could never.
I got additional training, but a lot of it, because you can be a bunch of you can be. I've been in this situation where you're in a dangerous situation with guys who have also been trained, and they wet their pants or they freeze up or something. So just that training alone doesn't always, prepare somebody.
But it helps. For the majority of people out there, whether it's me, whether it's Chris Bledsoe, whether like if you were to talk to Samantha Mowat, you and her would be talking on the same level regarding this. Okay, you really would be on the same level of talking about this, because this is something she has experienced since infancy. All right, and to this day, she usually on average gets taken once a week.
Okay.
All right. And so she has that, I'm going to say, use this terminology, and it's probably so wrong, but she has that battle-worn, I'm used to this attitude, and she can break it down. All right.
Okay.
Now, for somebody like me, the entire phenomena, and I would say the majority are like me, where the entire phenomena has caused an absolute uproar in our lives. I lost my best friend of 28 years because of this. I lost my other friends that, ever since I moved up here, my friends who were my longtime friends, some from elementary school, do not talk to me anymore. I haven't talked to the majority of them in more than 5 years. All right. And some of them do not want anything to do with me, but I had to follow this path. I had to.
Sure. Yeah.
Right?
That's
I don't associate with people. I can't. I'm a hermit. The worst thing that could ever happen to me in my life is company. Okay. I mean, that's the reality of how I have changed. I was very extroverted before all of this happened. I had the house that it was nothing if friends were dropping by at 10 o'clock on a Wednesday night because they were bored and they wanted to come over and have a drink.
Yeah.
That's the way I lived my life. My house was always rocking. There was always music on, or a hockey game on, or the UFC fights, or we were preparing, we'd party all night. get 3 hours sleep, go fishing for 15 hours the next day. That's the way it was. That's the way my life was. Boom, phenomena happens, and all of a sudden shit hits the fan, and I am completely different.
That's the
And
nature
I
of it.
miss the old me. I wish I could go back to the old me. I can't.
Oh,
I
whatever.
wonder if it happened now, if you'd have the same experience.
If I had the same experience now, I would be
Like
more
if it
prepared.
started now, you know.
I've been trying. Okay, so here's the interesting part. Where
It
I
never
had,
starts when you think it starts, though.
pardon me.
It never has. It when I
That's
talk
true.
to people, though, it never really starts at that moment that started it for you, though.
Right.
Oh,
exactly.
yeah,
I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, there's always precursor stuff.
But for
I
me,
just wonder if part of your experience was because of the general awareness of things,
No.
right? Because
I got cursed. I got cursed by a witch, okay, who I thought was a friend. And literally the majority of my experiences, especially with ETs and UFOs, stopped.
Yeah.
I've been told that I was told this by her ex-fiance that had happened. Samantha Mowat was a friend of this person too, and she admitted to Samantha that she had cursed me. And
That's
the
not
majority of my phenomena stopped when she cursed. Now the curse has been lifted. It's been gone for about 5 years,
Mhm.
almost 6 years. But the point that I'm getting at is most of my phenomena immediately stopped after that. I don't have the UFO accounts that I did back then. I
Yeah.
wish I did. Okay, I could tell people shit that people will look at me and they will say, "You're an idiot."
Yeah.
That's not true. You can't
Right.
do that.
well, maybe you don't need them anymore. Maybe the amount of change they were supposed to create happened.
Yeah, that's possible. At least for now, and then down the road, you know, the next level. You know, I've been married twice, lived with 2 other girlfriends, had 5 significant relationships in total, and 2 of those, whom I won't identify if it's a wife or a living girlfriend, but 2 of those who I lived with practiced witchcraft, and I experienced intense
Wow.
phenomena when with them. And so I'm pretty sure that has played a factor in some of the experiences I've had over the years, because when you have somebody that's doing things, playing with things, using things like that, it's going to open you up to certain things as well. And you're right, you know, like with curses, it can be dark. And
Oh yeah.
but the thing about, like she was saying, Nicole was saying, you don't know actually when it starts. What happened to me at 16 was just my first awareness of weird stuff. My mentor had told me that he had been observing me since childhood, since I was a little kid. And, you know, it wasn't until what happened to me when I was 16 that I, you know, one morning woke up and it's like, oh, hell, what the hell happened? And then, you know, the life was different, you know, completely after that. And experience after stuff with time and space and ghosts, you know, spirits, disembodied forces, the witchcraft, the synchronicity, just on and on. And, you know, I like to point out that each time you go work where I worked, you take tests, and among those tests are psychological battery tests, right?
Right.
And if you're nuts or you have some serious mental issue, you ain't going to get hired.
Yep.
I passed all my tests flying colors. So this stuff was going on in my life forever before I started to work for the FBI. It was going on while I worked for them. Air Force, you know, gave me the mental test. I was fine. You know, they didn't see any problem there. So I know I'm not crazy. And at the same time, my professional mentors telling me there's people in that community that need me to know this stuff. So it might be that I had the benefit that you didn't have of somebody guiding me along from a young age and
yeah,
you know,
and there's probably multiple ways that could happen, because like for me, like my experiences started when I was about 4, right? And a
Yeah.
lot of them I didn't remember until I started trying to write them all down a while ago. And so now I'm kind of like, I thought there was only a couple, and now I've come to realize there was a lot, and I didn't even remember. But the point I'm trying to get to is that I got into tech very early, and then I got really into quantum physics. And so like for most of my life, most of what I was thinking about, I haven't been able to talk to anyone about.
Right.
Right. Like none of my family wants to hear about quantum computers. Like none of my family wants to hear about, entanglement experiments. Right. Like my wife would tolerate some of my physics talk.
Yeah.
She didn't give a damn about the computer talk. She certainly doesn't give a damn about the phenomenon talk. But my point is that I just happenstance, just luckily, I just ended up learning from a young age that like most of what I know about reality from a physics point of view is witchcraft to people, right? Even before the phenomenon came to about. Like if I try to explain to people how like quantum field theory works, or the fact that there's no such thing as objective reality, right? Like people think I'm crazy. So I was already used to not being able to talk about the things I believed because they would upset people. So for me, the phenomenon is just another thing that I'm just careful. I only want to talk about it to people who want to talk about it, right?
Exactly. And that's what my mentor told me was, be selective, because they've
popped out of weird places. Yeah. I mean, my brother-in-law's cousin comes onto the show, Dave, Donald Stevens. He logs in and he comments. That's my brother-in-law's cousin, right?
And it was not like
go to barbecues with them, right? I mean, I had no idea.
People are thrown in your path and you're thrown in theirs that you're supposed to,
totally. Yeah. Oh,
whatever's
yeah.
going
Definitely.
on, whatever's watching us helps us that way.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I totally agree with that. No, it's no, man. And what's so amazing to me is like, if you look at, like, I don't know as much about your background, Nicole, but like the little I know about you, the what I know about you, Walter, partly because of this conversation, but partly because I listened to that other talk you gave where you went into like your early time, and I got to tell you, man, that was an awesome story. I really enjoyed that.
Oh, the necromancy.
Yeah, dude, that was fascinating, man. And then what I know about like the three of you came at this from very different places and have had very different journeys, and you're at different stages perhaps, but it seems like you're all going to the same eventual place, I guess you might say, right? It seems, I don't know.
Well, we all end up going to the same eventual place.
Well, and actually, Walter, what's interesting about that comment is that one of the most fascinating things I've discovered, and I was amazed that this happened to me as well, is when you talk to people who have been having experiences for a long time, and you ask them like, what's something you've learned? The thing I often hear from people is they've lost their fear of death, and Dave's the exception. And me personally, like, it wasn't that I ever like really feared death per se, but before I didn't really want to die because I'm having fun. And now I never thought looking into UFO physics would end up me coming to understand like all this crazy stuff about like what happens after and so forth. Right. And I have to admit, like I look forward to death. I think it's going to be a lot of fun.
Well, it's a passage. It's just a,
no death talk. No death talk, because you're going to send me into a fucking anxiety attack.
Sorry, I apologize, Dave. I apologize. But no, I mean, to your point, I mean, I think that there is, I don't know, it almost seems like we're all given these very carefully customized lessons that are just what each of us needs to wake us up at the right points in time, so that we then do the right things, so that then we reach the next points and we wake up a little more. And it's just this process of waking up.
Yeah, we might all experience some similar things, but my experience is not yours. Nicole's is not Dave's, and all the vice versas, in there. And yet each is valid because, we had to go through it, or we had reached a point where we had done, and as scary as it can be, you've done something right when you're advancing like this, when you're learning, these things.
Yeah, I would agree. And it's amazing when you see people who do see the same thing and they experience it differently, right? you know, to me, it's amazing when you have 2 or 3 people who who are at the same event, and they each interpret it differently, or even saw something differently.
In the UFO experience that I had, the other witness, before I said anything, I said, okay, I want you to describe to me what we're looking at. Describe it physically. Because I wanted to make sure that he and I were seeing the same exact thing. And we were. He said dome top flat. I was like, okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay,
That's
good.
cool.
Yeah, we were seeing the same exact thing. And look, because it's a valid part of the process, I have even gone through and critically looked at my experience, and I've analyzed it, and I have laid out how it could have been faked. I can tell you exactly how it could have been faked, and I'm having a total overreaction. But then it gets interesting, because whoever faked it, how the hell did they know I was out at that place? And how, why did they engineer in the symbology
and how much effort would have been involved, right? I mean, it's like,
exactly.
That's a challenge. Just because it's within our technology, just because it's possible to fake, doesn't mean it's not something else. And just
it's
because
not significant.
I mean, it's like, unfortunately, everyone wants to find a data point that forces other data points, right?
Yeah.
And the truth is that it doesn't work that way. Any one data point can flip, and you still could end up with a different answer.
Right. You know, and that's why you know, we have to consider all the possibilities, right? And you know, be open to all the possibilities. But again, that doesn't mean you have to buy everything, and that's, you know, that can be the unpopular position.
Well, and to add to that unpopular position, I think like, so like, I have a couple of friends that I have who I made like in the UFO community, say 3-4 years ago. And in the beginning, like, they were really energetic, and they were like doing a lot of reading and a lot of research, and you know, we were sharing books and everything. And a couple of them now have gotten to the point where they're just bitter, like they're just pissed off, right?
Yeah.
Like they get mad at like almost everything. And I think a lot of it comes down to the fact that they wanted finite answers.
Yeah.
They wanted fixed variables, right? And that's not what they're finding. They're finding more questions, and they're finding ambiguity.
Or they're so far they're unable to identify the answers they're being given. And you know, sure, it's always going to open up more questions, but it also gives you some answers. And it's like you said, finite. That's the word that too many people, you know, they want it all to be finite. They want to have that unified theory of everything, so they can say, oh, now I know everything that's going on. It's like, well, that's not the way it works. You learn some things because these are the things you need to be armed with when you go into the next questions. Right. You know, when the new questions are posed to you. And yeah, and you know, you go back to that subject Dave doesn't want to talk about, but you're right. When you experience certain things and you understand what certain things are, you go, oh, I'm not ready to do that yet.
Yeah, but
it's not freaking me out, you know.
Yeah.
But,
yeah.
Hey guys, it's getting late for me. This has been really great. I've enjoyed this, but I gotta take off. And
oh no, actually, Walter, this has been awesome. This has been really cool, man. It's been really nice talking to you.
Says good night to you, Walter.
Thank you, Dave, for inviting me. I look forward to doing it again. Have a good night. Have a good night, John. Have a good night, Nicole. And I'll look up Dave, email me the book you were telling me about, Nicole, the triangle book and the stuff about Phoenix Lights. I'll you know, the stuff that they asked me if I had seen, email that to me and I'll check it out. And Tom King, I'll look at his stuff again.
I would say go to Dr. Lynn Katai's site on the Phoenix Lights. Yeah. She everything that blew my mind, she sent to me.
Okay.
On Phoenix Lights. So yeah.
Alrighty. There you go.
Yep. And she's got a great website.
Well, you guys have a good night, and I will talk to you soon, I hope.
Absolutely,
Thanks,
sir.
Walter.
Right.
Thank you, Walter.
Good night to you, Walter.
Good panel, Dave. Or
aliens.
What am I supposed to call you?
The A stands for.
What am I supposed to call you?
Look at that. That asshole didn't even change his name.
Captain Alien. I don't know. I haven't developed this character yet. I just grabbed the first mask that I found. Last time we did hats, I felt bad. I just had a Cubs hat. So,
if you're going to have a hat, though, it's not a bad hat to have.
True. I've got a couple.
Not a bad, no. So where are you roughly living, Nicole? What state area are you in?
Illinois, the great land of Lincoln.
Ah, okay. All right.
Not the cool part up in Chi-Town. Not anymore. Everybody forgets there's the rest of the state outside of Chicago. That's why I always give my Chicago pals a little bit of crap.
I used to travel a lot, and mostly it was international, but a fair amount I would get to travel around the country, and like it's freaking amazing how big this country is and how diverse the different areas are. Like it's really astounding. Like you compare like Austin to New Orleans to like Boston and to Portland, and it's like it might as well be different countries, Like it might as well be different countries.
It's glorious.
Like I went to a Boston hockey game, and they were cheering louder for the Bruins losing than anyone cheers at the Shark Tank when the Sharks are winning. I mean, like the thunderous noise in that was insane. I mean, that was an amazing hockey game. I mean, I was awe-inspiring. Absolutely awe-inspiring. So is it cold where you live?
It can get cold. It's just now started this week. Like temperatures at night are like dipping down into the 40s and 50s. So
will you get snow eventually?
Yeah. We'll get snow. Not like it used to though. Like I don't want to say it's global warming or climate change.
I will.
There's a difference.
I will say the one thing I have personally seen that's weird is that because I live in the Bay Area, and I wasn't born here, but I've lived here since I was like 4 or 5 years old. And when I was growing up, by Thanksgiving, there was a deep enough snowpack to go skiing and snowboarding. And so basically like I never did, but a lot of my friends' families for Thanksgiving, they would go to Tahoe and they would celebrate Thanksgiving in Tahoe, and they would ski. And there was always snow by Thanksgiving, snow by Thanksgiving. And for the last, I don't know how many years, like we're happy if there's enough snow by Christmas, And, but the thing is, it's not like winter shrunk. It's like winter got shifted.
Right.
Because the flip side is that I've been snowboarding in June, right? Which is just weird, right? I mean, it's just bizarre.
That's what I was going to say. Like our winters kind of start later now, but like our spring is cut shorter. It's still really crappy and cold in April when it used to be like 70, 80s would start. It was nice, and our winters are just more mild now. Like back when I was a girl, you used to be able to ride snowmobiles around here, and now you just can't. There's not snow like that. We might get one storm like that.
So that's interesting.
Up here, when I'm wrestling up in Canada, we get like 6 feet of snow every year. It comes in stages. 6 to 8 feet of snow every year. It comes in stages.
But like where you live, you get that.
Well, no, I'm from Mexico.
Well, yeah, I know, but like this is the part that blows my mind, because like I can drive. I'll go to Tahoe, right? I can leave at like 3:30 in the morning. I'll get to the chairlift at like 6:30. So take like three and a half hours to get to Tahoe. And in Tahoe, there will be 6, 8, 10, 12, 14 feet of snow. It's awesome. But like where I live, I mean, it snows once in a long while, but it doesn't even stick. Like it hits the ground and just melts. There's never snow on the ground ever.
Elavni, your mama's a snowblower.
What'd you say, lady?
You heard me.
Is the mask leather?
What are you talking about?
It's a cool mask. I like
It's
the
just
mask.
his face. It's not a mask.
It's glued. He was born that way.
Mine is of the finest felt and super glue. Reinforced.
No respect for El Ovni Volador.
Who? That guy's a chump.
Oh man, you know, Nicole,
You're right now, I'd hit you with a steel chair.
Dave did
I
an
would
interview
deflect it
with
like this.
Dave did an interview with Roy a couple of weeks ago, and it's a good interview. It's fun to listen to, but it's hilarious because like for the first I don't know 15 minutes, all they talk about is wrestling. It's awesome. I had no idea that the Sheik was actually a bodyguard for the
Shah.
That's crazy. Like the training you would need to be in that role, that's insane. He was dangerous.
I trained that trainer, by the way. Just saying. You know who else I trained? Mr. Miyagi.
Mr. Miyagi.
Mm-hmm.
You don't even have your own T-shirt there, lady. Look at me right here. Spaced Out Radio listeners can get your own El Ovni Volador T-shirt.
Nicole, have you seen the configuration options that are like, it's amazing. It's really impressive. This is like beautifully done.
I destroyed all of my T-shirts in my wrestling matches when I get up on the side. I get up on the side and rip them off before I do my set.
There you go.
This is what you need here, Cook. An El Ovni Volador apron.
Yes. I could destroy that thing for sure. It's white. Totally. Who has white aprons in kitchens? Negative. Gotta be some other color.
Look at that El Ovni Volador coffee mug.
Is it jumbo size to hold like half a pot of coffee?
Probably not.
We need to work on that one. Nobody wants to drink coffee out of a teacup.
You're a teacup.
Is there a
short and stout?
Every car should have a El Ovni Volador sticker.
There you go. It's a cool sticker.
Dave, did you pose for that? I mean, did Dave pose for that? I want to know if there was a live sculpture involved.
Yeah, they had to cover them in wax to get an impression.
No, it's totally you with your shirt off. That was your left pec, wasn't it? Just the left. I found that interesting. It was only half a fully.
Oh man.
Would FCC regulations shut you down if you would have shown both of those powerhouses or what?
Probably.
I am considered dangerous to society.
Right.
I am a violent weapon of mass destruction.
Is your gun show outlawed in 48?
You are just lucky that you are not here to experience the power of El Ovni Volador.
The power. Psh.
The funny thing is like you can tell Nicole's wearing her son's mask. I still can't figure out what Dave's excuse is for actually having that mask.
This is totally my mask. It's generational. It's been passed down to my son.
Oh my goodness.
Ridiculous. Both of you
It's
people look ridiculous. You're not even worth my time. I'm out of here.
Get out of here. That's right. Run. Run scared. Send Dave back in here or else.
I will see you in an alley.
A dark alley.
No good, hussy. Sorry about that. Guy's an asshole.
I hope the door hit him.
I changed my name too.
Hang on a second. We're back.
So how's it feel to be an author, Nicole?
You know, it's still surreal. It's one of those things, like I remember back to my youth where I was like, I'm going to be a writer someday. And then that never happened. And then you meet like Grant Cameron, who
just like pops out a book every 90 days.
Well, it's a gift, honestly. And now it's like the way he approached it, you know, it was like such an aha moment of these things that clicked and in various different things we were digging into. And then it's like it was this umbrella of triangles. So it just kind of manifested itself, really, which was an experience for me. It's like, oh, well, crap, I could have turned quite a few things into books over the years. You know, it's kind of like that. So, and it was neat to see that side of Grant. I mean, he's put out a couple books while I've, you know, been an associate of his, but this has been the first one that I was kind of, you know, hands-on with. And
no, it's super cool.
So it was just neat to see that behind the scenes. And I understand now why he encourages everybody, not just experiencers to write their story, but just, you know, you can contribute so much. And if you're looking into something, put it out there.
Well, no, I mean, that's the thing is like anyone doing any kind of research, like, like you've done the research, like you should produce something from it. Right. And whether it's a book or a presentation or, you know, I don't know what, like, I don't know, like if there's an ideal product to come out with it, but a book is to me one of the best ways to do it because you're kind of like, it's like yelling bank, you know, you're kind of like locking that in as like a, you know, like an object. And considering the amount of research Grant does and realistically, you know, you and others do with him and for him, like, you guys should be producing enough content. I guess what I'm saying is that now that Grant's doing it, it seems like kind of like a, well, duh, you know, of course you do that, right? But it is actually really cool and clever. And I'm glad he's doing it because it does kind of present this, you end up with this kind of cool catalog where you can kind of see where his research went and you know, what he learned and so forth. And it's cool.
I think it's really neat too, like, I don't know, to see how it kind of develops, like, because Grant has this perspective, you know, that goes back like 30 and 40 years, like digging into this. So, I mean, sometimes, you know, you research into stuff and then you shelf it for so long that you come back to it years later. And that's kind of what's Grant has opened my eyes to. It's like stuff that I blew off maybe like 10 years ago, but I jotted down little notes about it. I've had some aha moments with it now to where it's like, oh, okay, so this ties into this now and this ties into this. And
man, I could not
diligence, but I can see where people like Grant or Richard Dolan or Preston Dennett, you know, I mean, Preston is, I think, coming up on like 30 plus.
Yeah, the guy's like prolific. 40, yeah, it's crazy.
Like, but once you've been amassing this collection of data for decades, like it's kind of copacetic to publish at some point.
But it's also awesome because once you've done a book, you know, a couple of times, it's like anything else. Like, I mean, like before I'd ever done a patent before, like getting a patent seemed like this incredibly terrifying, like intimidating process. Right. But like once you get a patent, you're like, I'm like, oh, is that all? It's like, oh, well, hell, you know, I should have done it, you know. So, and to me, it's like there's so many things like that. And so for someone like Grant, who's done this a couple of times, for him, it's like, oh, write a book, no big deal, right?
Exactly.
And so, you know, and so for him to then take people like you that have never written one and help, kind of, escort you through that process. It's super cool. I mean, it's like, it's really cool. It's a really cool thing for him to do. And it's a really, it's a super like fortunate like thing for you to run into, sort of a thing,
Well, it's such a motivator though too. And like one of the first things that he ever said to me that has stuck, and I bring it up to him over and over again, is that this little phrase where he said, starting means you're half finished. So it's like, just start it. You may not know where it goes, but just start it and it's going to turn into something. And that is just wild to me. Like, it's great.
Well, and it is really important to realize that like sometimes you don't have all the information yet. And like for me, like sometimes it'll be like something I started creating like a document of some sort to like record something. But a lot of times it's just like an event where I'm like, that's weird. I need to file that somewhere. And then like years later, like you run into something and you're like, oh, okay, now I get it, and you can kind of stitch these things together. And now you end up with this fairly complex narrative that, at each stage didn't look like what it was going to become. You just got these little bits of it, and you eventually can tie it together to be an interesting, story arc of some sort, but there's so many things like that.
And what I've noticed in this community is like, I think often we all think somebody else is working on something or somebody else has got it. You know what I mean? But then like, just for instance, with the triangles, like when we first started asking everybody about the triangles, David Marler, it was like, just talk to David Marler. He's done all the research. He wrote the book on it. He's the expert, which he is and was and is still at the forefront of triangles. Like, honestly, our book is not his book in any way, shape, or form. But there's just so much more to explore in this. And you think that one other person might have it covered. And like another instance would be like Grant and this disclosure topic. Everybody knows him for his work on presidents and documents and all this stuff. And now all this Canadian stuff's coming out with Rakowski, but it's
totally.
Like, come on, like Canada and Grant like are just like synonyms.
Yep. No, totally. No.
I'm going to ask you, Nicole, have you talked or has Grant talked about the article about Chris Rakowski?
Yes.
What'd he say? Are you allowed to read it?
Well, I was kind of quoting him like during the show where I was pointing this out, like Grant and I were having the talks back and forth that, what's different with this than Bill Moore or DeLong or Greer. And Grant's actually like hinted that Rakowski has been fed information from the Canadian government. And Grant always thinks people don't pay attention to the really juicy snippets that he puts out there. And this has been one that he's floated out, I know, at least over a year, I think is when I heard him discuss it at first. So in true Grant fashion, he has also been working on a Canadian government UFO book, and his is going to come out soon as well. And I will say his is probably a more unauthorized version or look at what's coming out right now with Rakowski and this whole scenario. So we'll see.
No, I mean, to me, like, I mean, Dave's talked about it so many times that, I mean, in America, like UFOs have been, I mean, it's weird. Like, yeah, they've been secretive, but at the same time, it's been kind of an open book. I mean, it's like there's been a lot of information like trickled all over the place for a long time. And Canada was like this vacuumed up, sealed container where like nothing came out. And it's like no one knew. It's like, does that mean that they're not doing anything, or does that mean they're doing just a little bit, and so it's not worth talking? Or could they be doing like no one knew? And so to me, like now, like this is the tell to realize that No, the reason why Canada was keeping their mouth shut is because there was something going on, and now like there's this huge opportunity for research and writing and discovery. I mean, to me, it's like this big bone with a bow on it. It's been handed to, you folks that are focused on Canadian, research and so forth.
One sec here. Thank you to GFGFGFG for another awesome super chat. Really appreciate that. Our good friend Swamp Dweller is back. I'll be tuning him in after the show.
Dude, I've been listening to him, man. There's some creepy damn stuff on his channel.
He's got some creepy shit on there. Creepy stuff.
It's like, oh yeah, like not like most of the characters don't get a happy ending. Let me put it that way.
Oh man.
Most of the characters, they don't get no. It's like not, it's yeah. No, but I mean, to me, like it's fascinating. Like it might because the thing is, if you go back into the real deep past with Canada, there was some interesting stuff. There was that one guy, was it Wilbur Smith? Was that his name?
Exactly. That's what I was just going to bring up, like Grant and the Wilbur Smith files. And
yeah. I mean, so there was stuff early.
Book, it's part of this book that he has coming out soon. But he's also been posting on Wilbur Smith for a long time now. And it seems like one of those where, I don't know, Grant will go from like getting like 200 thumbs up on something in like an hour to where it's like he'll post something and it'll get like 11 likes in 5 hours. And that seems to be like the really like on the nose stuff where it's like maybe people just don't pay attention enough, but it's going to be interesting. And I don't know, part of me is like, we've been asking for it. It's like we've been asking for somebody else to like come to the table, another country. So is this like Canada's like foot in the door? Is this their like making room, they're elbowing so they can say, oh yeah, we've been here all along? Like, I don't know.
Or were they planning on staying quiet the whole time and they're not going to be happy that this is getting attention, right?
Right. I mean, maybe it's all of Dave Scott's letters to MPs that he's been writing over
because
the last
like
year.
The one challenge I have is it
pissed. My source is really, my source in Ottawa is really, really pissed at the whole Rutkowski thing. Like, because my source has been trying to get certain FOIA requests done, okay, and he keeps getting denied, and he works in government, and to hear the fact that Rutkowski is getting these, like they're just handing over, thank you cards, right? I mean, he is pissed. Right.
So
and by the way, before we go any further, let's make sure that our entire audience here tonight and whoever listens to the podcast and after goes over to Swamp Dweller's channel and hit subscribe. We want to see if we can help him get to 240,000 subscribers here soon.
Ooh.
He's 5,000 away, almost just over 5,000 away.
Wow.
Yeah. So we want to show our support. And of course, if you guys aren't signed up for Nicole Sakach's channel as well, we got to get her to 2,000. We got to get her to 2,000. So if you haven't gone over to either of those channels and hit subscribe, I highly recommend that you do, and go from there.
I'm gonna post a new video tomorrow.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. I got to post some videos tomorrow. I got to post. I just got to figure out how to do it on my editor now.
I got to make a kick-ass thumbnail and description for Alexis Johnson. She was such an amazing interview. Co-creation art. I'm back on my ufology art and music series, so I'm going to post a few interviews and start continuing those. So that's what I meant. Like the race is on to who can get the Hagar interview first.
Oh yeah, totally. It's funny about that whole like picking up clues and then leaving them off and getting back to them. Like one of the most significant books I've ever read is this book that was written by some Buddhist monks near where I live, and it's like this simple book. It's handwritten. It's called The Key, and there's a sequel to the book called That Which You Were Seeking Is Causing You to Seek. And those two books, like I read like when I was like late teenage years, and they had like a dramatic effect on me. But the third book was like something like what world are you creating? And like it, I've never gotten that. Like that book seemed so weird to me. Like I've never been able to read it. It's never made sense to me, but I've kept it, and it's seriously been like sitting on a bookshelf for like 20 something years. And just in the last year, like I've been learning stuff where I've been like, oh, that's what that book's about, you know. And like now, like I think I'm gonna go back and actually read it. It's gonna make sense to me. But it took 20 years, right? For like, you know, for me to like learn enough other things for me to like wake up to that aspect, you know.
I like it when something outside of ufology clicks for me in ufology, to where it's like I have this aha moment. And like what I can give this example with Egypt. I've always had like a love of researching Egypt and Egyptology and its history and religion.
Yep, me too.
Just anything. And I forget, it was probably 96, 97-ish. I came across this research about like the channels or the water tunnels underneath the Great Pyramid. And I had just jotted something down about that system underneath there. And then it was years later that I came across Kevin Kuntz's work about the pyramids possibly being a power plant and how they would use the water pressure from the Nile to create energy. And I was just like Egypt and ufology just like smushed together in that moment for me. And I was like, holy cow, like I love it. So
yeah, no, I could not agree more. Cause like to me, like there's so much, like there's so many things that like are getting these random like separated data points that are starting to point at certain things. And if you look at like what we're learning about like the Younger Dryas and like you know and Göbekli Tepe and the fact that you know Egypt is very much like Göbekli Tepe in that essentially the oldest stuff is the highest quality stuff, and it actually goes down in quality as you get more recent, right? Like the craziest stuff in Egypt is from like you know like early Egypt, where like it doesn't really seem like they should be able to be doing that stuff that early, sort of a thing, you know. And so you start, you know, sticking them all together, and you start realizing that, like, you know, and then you find like the butcher shop in San Diego that's like 130,000 years old, and you find like, you know, and you start, you know, human existence starts getting pushed back to 300,000 years, and you start like thinking about like all the different religious events that have happened during all those times. And then you start thinking about the UFO overlay and the interruption and the like, you know, involvement. You look at the Chris Bledsoe stuff with the lady, and going back like to all the different women that have appeared in history, you know, and had influence over the time. And it's like, man, it's crazy. Like you can start getting a picture to it, and they do start connecting where it's like, wow, like you can actually paint a story now. Like it may not be the right story, but you can actually paint the story now. Like it's kind of crazy.
It's wonderful.
Have you checked out Uncharted X?
I have to say good night, gentlemen.
Well, just real quick, Nicole. Have you seen Uncharted X, the YouTube site?
I have not. But
so Uncharted X is the name. I cannot remember the guy's name right now. He just started doing this like a couple years ago. He does really high quality work, and he's gotten to know Graham Hancock, and he goes to Egypt a lot and does a lot of high definition. And he's a local guy in Egypt that goes with him that's very knowledgeable, and he produces. Like I'll send you a link to one of his videos, but he produces some amazing content on Egypt that you probably get a kick out of.
Nice, thanks. I'll look that up.
On
These days I put big long documentaries on, and then I fell asleep.
Yeah.
I want to go to bed too. Nice after show,
Look
John.
her up.
John, I'll give you a call tomorrow.
Sounds good.
I'll call you tomorrow because I got some stuff I got to fill you in on.
Do it. I'll
All
be
right, and thank you.
Have a good evening.
Thank you
Nice
to
talking to
our
you both.
tonight. You guys were absolutely fantastic. Big thank you to Black Dragon, Science Bob, Jefferson, the Unknown ×2, Alien, Space Cow, Andrew, Patrick, Andrew again, Dirty Filth, Aussie Steve, Cosmic, Unknown again, and Cosmic again, Lori, Pascal, G West, and Spooky, Pascal, GFGFGFG ×3, Carbines, and VPXM for the amazing super chats tonight. Absolutely love you. And you guys are amazing. A big thank you to all of you for hanging on out this week. Don't forget Lynn Wallington the next couple of nights. Tomorrow night, she has Nick Kyle talking about the missing enigma. And then on Sunday, she's going to be doing some call-ins with all of you guys about experiences with her good friend Caitlin from Paranormal Spirits. I'll be back on Monday with Butch Witkowski. Don't forget to do a little shopping at our store, which is spacedoutradio.com/shop. We definitely want to have you guys wearing our swag, taking pictures, and showing us how you own the night. Follow us on Twitter at Spaced Out Radio, on Instagram at Spaced Out Radio Show. And you have it already. Hit the subscribe button here, ring the bell. Let us all know what you guys want to hear. And Samantha Moat will be returning next month with Lynn. So thank you, everyone. Take care. Good.